for the new session. And I want to kind of set the stage a little bit as we move into our work here today. So, over the past year, we've had a number of meetings. We've taken in a lot of information, and what we've done for folks that are just tuning in, we've looked at all the issues that face our water supply. There is a lot of information we've taken in. There's a lot more out there. But we've started to deal with those ramifications. We've spent time looking at how we currently plan and pay for our water projects. We've looked at how other states plan and pay for their water projects. What we're doing now with these 2 days is we're really moving into our next phase. And the first part of that is looking at how we might improve our planning process, and a lot of that work comes from the water work group that has been working during the last few months as well while we were in session and while they were working on their own. So we'll have dialogue with them. We'll talk about what they've studied, what they've looked at and put together. And then through the end of today and into tomorrow, we're going to take a hard look at what is the cost? How do we put a dollar sign on this? What do we need to be paying for? What's a reasonable number? What options for that long-term funding can we put together? How do we want that to look when we engage with legislators? So the big part of this is, and when we'll hear presentations tomorrow from all the agencies on some of the more specifics in that. I do want to clarify for everybody, we will have an opportunity for public comments at noon tomorrow. So we didn't get that out maybe as early as we should have. So if folks sign up late, we'll take WebEx comments. If you reach out to Heather O'Hara, her information is on the WebEx, or if you're here in person tomorrow as well. But we'll try and do that at lunchtime to make that a little more accessible for people at noon tomorrow. The goal for everything we're kind of doing over the next 2 days, though, has really been structured to move into a meaningful discussion phase. We've taken a lot of information in, we've had some good discussions, but we're now sort of getting down to the bone of these issues, and so we've left lots of time to talk about what's presented, information we need, and what we really want the future to look like, including those options we're going to send forward to the legislature. So as a reminder for everybody, we're using 2 days now. We still have 3 additional days to wrap up work going into the fall. I would anticipate we would meet sometime between the primary and general elections for those on an election schedule. But again, I want to emphasize we need good discussion, we need questions, but it is important we leave after these 2 days with a real direction. Our work will be exceedingly difficult to complete if we don't at least have a general direction of where we want to see all this stuff headed, and that includes some clear direction to the workforce of working on what legislation ought to look like. There's still opportunities to pivot and change into the fall, but we really need to have a direction as we move forward. So with that, I want to open it up to Co-Chair Minix for any opening comments from him.
I want to absolutely welcome everybody here, everybody that has a strong opinion on what we need to do with water for the state of Kansas in the future. We value your input. We've had lots of input so far, and so let's get to the work and trying to put something together on what we can report back to the legislature. Thank you.
All right, just a couple housekeeping notes today. We plan to break at noon or a little bit before noon for lunch. We're going to take lunches on your own today. We're going to take a long break. There's the ceremonial bill signing for the water reuse bill at 1:30. I know there's some people on the committee that are involved in that, so as soon as they finish up with the ceremonial signing, which should be a 10 or 15-minute deal, hopefully, we'll get restarted about 1:45-ish, no later than 2, hopefully, on that. Our first presentation today is going to come from the Water Work Group. For those that may not recall, the Water Work Group was added on to this bill as a way to really do an in-depth study of how the state water plan works. It had been a long time since the statutory piece of that had really been examined and looked at. But I do want to thank the entire work group on the front end. They've essentially been volunteers for this project. So I want to appreciate all the time and the meeting and the travel that they've put in. And I hope the task force appreciates their work, because what what they've done and the detail they've done is work, and they were in open meetings. So they're hashing through these statutes in open meetings. At the same time, it's work that would have been very difficult for the larger task force to do, both because of the number of people and the limitations in our meeting and time. So they've played a very critical role. They worked very hard. So I want to express our appreciation for them. Before we open up with Dr. Metzger, did the task force have any questions about procedures for today or topics or anything? Okay. Seeing none, if we have Dr. Metzger online, we'd welcome you to committee, and you may begin when you're ready.
Good morning, Co-Chair Titus and Co-Chair Minix. I'll just check and see if you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, very good. And then second step, I'll do my best to share my screen if that's possible. Let me see here. Let me try and move some things around to do that. If not, then I know, Heather, you also have the slides there. But let me see if I can first try and share them from here. All right. Can you see the slides there from your end?
We can. It's in the presentation mode, though. There you go.
Perfect. And how about now? Perfect. Okay. Excellent. Well, again, thank you for this opportunity, not only to present our recommendations with you today, but for the opportunity to serve as well. And thank you for the kindness for allowing me to join you remotely from Washington, D.C. And I know several of our work group members are there with you in person. They're shown here on the screen. So you might remember that in the original legislation, it called for the co-chairs of the task force to pull together a 5-person work group to support your work. And that those individuals should be comprised of attorneys and engineers, hydrologists, natural resource planners, and other individuals with experience in Kansas water resources. So this is the team that's had the pleasure to work on this project for the past several months, and I believe they are there in person. So Chris Badel with the Kansas Department of Agriculture, Division of Water Resources, Daniel Bueller is one of our attorneys on the team, also Stephanie Kramer, who's the attorney for the Kansas Department of Agriculture, myself, and Tom Stiles, recently retired and now working for HDR, but previously with KDHE. So they're there also to help chime in and answer questions since I'm not there in person. Just as a reminder of what the work group charge was in statute is to meet regularly, study the State Water Resource Planning Act, and with that, try and draft legislation that modernizes the act. And in particular, we want to share with you some things related to how the state water plan is created, how it should be prioritized, implemented, and then how we make appropriations to the legislature and any future studies that might be undertaken. Like Senator Titus mentioned, we've met several times since last fall, 7 in particular. We met in Overland Park, Topeka, Manhattan, Wichita, and online. And like you said, all those meetings were open. So I just want to also express our appreciation to Heather O'Hara and the legislative research team for helping us get materials out and helping us to understand the best compliance with the Open Meetings Act. They've been very, very helpful for us throughout that process. So with that, I'm going to just jump right into our recommendations and give some orientation to the materials that we shared with you today. So it might seem a little odd, but we've provided you a range of alternatives, and hopefully in the dialogue today, we've given you enough options to kind of think through what would be the best approach from the task force perspective moving forward. So to help orient the way I'll describe these things in the presentation, the range of alternatives are the things on the left, the reformulation of a natural resource agency that would lead stakeholder input into the development and implementation of the state water plan. And then the other range of that alternative is more of an amendment of our current process that leaves the water office to determine how local input should be structured, but with a redesign of the Kansas Water Authority that better connects to the Kansas Legislature. So as I go through the slides, I've tried to put a blue icon when it is related to the recommendations of the Natural Resource Agency led process, and a green icon when it relates to the KWO led process. And then to help you orient what the physical materials that you had provided to you are. So for the things that are the natural resource led stakeholder input process, you have two documents in front of you. One is a summary document that says Kansas Water Resource Planning Act Alternative Proposal Summary on top. And then the statute markup that goes with that should say Revised Kansas Water Resource Planning Act Alternative Proposal. So the key that you'd see there, the word alternative, are the ones that always go to the Natural Resource Agency range of the perspectives. The green icon going with the Kansas Water Office led process. Your materials in front of you, you have two items, a Water Resource Planning Act amended proposal summary, and then the companion statute that says Water Work Group draft for discussion purpose only, alternative 1. So the key word there being amended. So the natural resources led one uses the word alternative on the top of each of those. I'll use blue icons throughout this presentation to match those. And then the green icons for the water office process with the word amended on the top of those documents.
Susan, can I just interrupt for a
course.
second? I want to get a just clarification. I don't know if it's for, I guess, Elena, just to make sure we're looking at the right colors of papers. Could you confirm which colors go to the natural resource blue and which colors match the Kansas Water Office green?
Excellent. So I've used those icons on my screen. I'm not sure they match with the colors of paper
We'll
that
have
were printed for you. So
we'll
Elena
have
might be able
research
to help us
explained,
out. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The blue icons in the presentation will correspond with the yellow sheet. And at the top it says amended proposal summary, and then the white draft for discussion purposes only. And then the green icons are the alternative on the green paper and the orange alternative paper.
Okay. I was going to say it looks like pink to me, but
It is pink, sorry.
have
Yeah.
that discussion on color and blindness at home enough, so we don't have to have that here. Okay. Thank you, Elena. Dr. Metzger, you may continue.
Thank you very much. And I will also do my best to reorient each of the proposals as I go through, understanding not everybody sees colors as well. So each of the proposals seek to address these same 5 questions. What should be the public policy of the state of Kansas as it relates to water planning? What should the agency or office be responsible for doing as it relates to water planning? How and by whom should the state water plan be developed? What approval channels should the state water plan go through, and how should it be implemented? So I've oriented the presentation for both ranges of the proposal around those 5 questions. So I'll dig into the first question, which is shared by both proposals. Both proposals approach this question the same. So what should the public policy of the state be as it relates to water planning? This is captured in both in 82A 903 and mirrors the 5 guiding principles of the current state water plan. So the stabilization of the Ogallala High Plains aquifer, the protection and restoration of our reservoirs, addressing the improvement and protection of the state's water quality, the reduction of the state's vulnerability to flood and drought, and an increased awareness statewide of our Kansas water resources and the issues facing them. So the second question, what should the agency or office be responsible for as it relates to water planning? This is where the 2 range of proposals begin to separate in options. So again, the blue icon I'll use in my presentation is the Natural Resource Agency approach, and the green icon is the Kansas Water Office technical backbone approach. So I thought it might be helpful just to see this in the form of an organizational chart. So looking at the Natural Resource Agency-led alternative proposal, the way that this would look is a reformulation of the state agencies with responsibility for water would be reformulated into one cabinet level agency, the Kansas Department of Natural Resources, or KDNR. And that Kansas Department of Natural Resources would be comprised of the Kansas Water Office, which would be responsible for water planning, the Kansas Department of Agriculture Division of Water Resources, which would be responsible for water rights and regulations, and the Division of Environment from the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, who would be responsible for water quality and environmental issues. In this proposal, the restructuring does not retain the Kansas Water Authority or the regional planning committees. So those two items would be abolished in this particular proposal. So you would not have a water authority or regional planning committees, and the responsibility for developing the state water plan would fall on this new formulated Kansas Department of Natural Resources. So just to dig into that deeper and answering question number 2, the KDNR would be responsible for entering into all agreements with the federal government related to federal projects. They would develop the state water plan on a 10-year cycle and expend monies from the state water plan fund and all water related project funds and provide the technical assistance. They would maintain a budget and submit financial reports, and then promulgate the rules and regulations regarding the eligibility of funding, submit new drafts of the goals and objectives in the form of a bill. So basically, each time we have a new state water plan update, it would be in the form of a bill to the Kansas Legislature. So that looks a little bit different then of the amended proposal, which is basically a reformulation of our current planning process. So I'm going to start from the bottom, from the ground up. And so this still provides the Water Office the opportunity to determine what the best structure for local input would look like. So this could be regional water planning committees. Right now, these are called regional advisory committees. We heard throughout the process, and in particular at a water authority meeting this past year, sort of a desire from those locally led groups to be more engaged in the planning process, to be more than just advisory, to have a more integral role of actually creating the water plan. So we're calling these now regional water planning committees. Those regional water planning committees would be responsible for developing a 5-year regional water plan for their region that would be rolling over the 5 years. They take their regional water plan and they submit that to the Kansas Water Office. The Kansas Water Office really then serves as the technical backbone in service to those regional water planning committees. Once formulated, then the Water Office takes the annual water plan and they submit it to a newly formulated water authority. And they can also retain a Kansas Water Council. This Kansas Water Council is more like today's existing water authority with representation of various water uses and stakeholder interests. They can use that then as an advisory group, but really they are submitting the plan for approval to the newly formulated water authority. So let me show you what that newly formulated recommendation for a water authority looks like. And this is in response for finding ways to make sure that the state water plan is more directly connected and communicated with the legislature, and especially in the funding process. So in the newly formulated water authority, the voting members would be the governor or the governor's appointee, 2 members of the House of Representatives, 1 from each of the opposing political parties, 2 members from the Senate Ag and Natural Resource Committee, again, 1 from each opposing party, 2 members from House Appropriations, 1 from each party, 2 members from Senate Ways and Means, 1 from each party, and then supported with ex officio members who include the Director of the Water Office, Director of KDA Division of Conservation, Director of the Division of Environment of KDHE, and the Chief Engineer. So then in this recommendation, the Kansas Water Office would be responsible for developing and implementing the water plan on a continual basis, but in coordination with the regional water planning committees and the newly reformulated water authority and state, local, and federal entities. They would review those regional plans and identify common statewide priorities and then the best projects selected and funded to implement the priorities of those plans. And then they would maintain financial and implementation reports and publish a final state water plan annually. Moving on to the third question that each of these proposals addresses is how and why, by whom should the state water plan be developed? So in the natural resource led one, obviously the Natural Resource Agency leads the stakeholder input and the plan development. In the other alternative or amended proposal, the Kansas Water Office determines what the local input process should look like, and the Water Authority is redesigned to connect to the Kansas Legislature. So we'll take a deeper dive into what that looks like. So with the KDNR-led process, the KDNR on a routine basis would coordinate with federal government and state agencies, as well as Kansas universities, and my apologies for misspelling universities, especially representing K-State, on there, as well as garnering public feedback throughout that process. They would pull all that information together, and it really is serving as the technical experts. KDNR would develop the state water plan, and they would hold a series of public comment meetings to formalize the input process into the plan. When we look at the other range of the proposals for the question of how and by whom should the state water plan be developed, in this process, the regional planning committees, the Water Office determines what the best structure of those regional planning committees might look like. And I will say the work group did spend some time thinking about whether or not it was important to capture the structure of the proposed regional planning committees in statute. But we also recognize that it would be helpful to have flexibility over time to either change the boundaries or the representation or the number of those planning committees so that they truly can be modern and flex with time as well. Regardless of what the structure is, the regional planning committees would have their duties defined in statute, and those duties would include holding quarterly meetings, meeting with the Water Office at least annually, developing that 5-year rolling regional plan and delivering it by at least March 31st, and then holding a significant role in coordinating educational and outreach sessions. The fourth question is then, what approval channels should the state water plan go through? In the KDNR proposal, they would present the final state water plan to the governor and legislature in the form of a draft bill every 10 years. In the amended proposal, the Water Office uses those 5-year rolling plans that were developed by the regional planning committees and submits those to the newly formulated Water Authority for review. So just to see what that looks like visually, as far as the channels that the state water plan would go through, in the KDNR-led process, they would hold a series of public comment hearings, and with that feedback would present the state water plan to the governor and legislature in the form of a draft bill, in particular with proposed modifications to 82A 903 and 82A 906. And just on the bottom, I just show that process, that 10-year process would begin in 2030. And then every 10 years, a new plan would be developed and submitted to the governor and legislature. And at least twice in those 10-year periods, that the KDNR would go out to the public and provide updates on the implementation progress of that 10-year plan and collect additional feedback to inform the next 10-year plan. As far as what that process looks through like from the other alternative proposed for you today or amendment is that the Water Office uses those 5-year rolling plans as a foundation for the state water plan. They submit those to the Water Authority, the newly formulated Water Authority, each year, and together they meet in the fall on October 1st to review the proposed state water plan. The Water Authority then provides any comments back to the Water Office by November 1st, and then the Water Authority approves a final state water plan by December 1st, and then the Water Office publishes that approved plan by March 30th. We thought it was important to put some timelines and some structure into statute as far as what that process looks like. So what goes in those rolling 5-year regional water plans? That's also included in the proposed statute change for the amended process. Those 5-year rolling plans would include regional water trends and conditions, and then the types of infrastructure, water quality concerns, and things that would be impacting their local communities, and then to identify the long-term vision as well as the goals and priorities that they would set for the next 5 years. In particular, most important is to really think of locally, what are those priority projects, programs, and policies that would be needed to be put in place or funded in order to achieve those goals and objectives and work towards the long-term vision. And new is really giving the power to those regional groups to design the education and outreach sessions that really meets that fifth tenet of the state water plan of making sure that we have an informed citizenry about our state water resource conditions. And then the final question, how should the state water plan be implemented? In the alternative proposal, KDNR prioritizes expenditures authorized by the State Water Plan Act based on those goals and objectives. And in the amended proposal, it ties the regional planning, statewide priority funding decisions and project tracking more directly, and then also charges the water office with maintaining a public-facing project tracking system. So I'll just end with a bit of rationale for both proposals. Our group spent a lot of time talking about the merits and the pros and cons, and we got some great feedback from folks that followed along with the process with us of the pros and cons of each of these as well. And at the end, really decided we could not just present with you one alternative, but wanted to lay in front of you this range because they really do have merit on both sides. So I just want to end then with sort of what those merits are, why this approach. So for the alternative proposal, which is the KDNR-led process, the single cabinet agency, there is merit in elevating water and having a single cabinet level water focused agency and having that person, a cabinet level position, sit with the other cabinet level agencies. It also facilitates coordinated efforts to procure federal funds and reduces duplication, confusion, and competing agency priorities. It gives the state water plan stronger implementation authority by tying it directly to statutory policy and funding priorities, and assigns water planning responsibility to state agency technical experts, but replaces the longstanding stakeholder bodies with targeted consultation, public comment, and regional input. Most importantly, it focuses on efficiency. That's a key thing that both proposals are really trying to find for the state, and clearer accountability and a stronger delivery of services to the public. As far as the merits for the amended water plan process proposal, which retains the water office as the lead in that process with the feedback from those regional water planning committees, it preserves the existing water planning framework while making the roles and deadlines and accountability much clearer. It gives those regional stakeholders a defined role in statute through those regional 5-year rolling plans, and recognizes that water challenges really do vary by region and require that local knowledge. It strengthens the connection across the water planning, legislative decision-making, and funding priorities, and hopefully improves transparency through public project tracking. So with that, I pause and see what questions and ideas and discussion commence, and I'll stop my share and also acknowledge that the rest of our work group team members are there in the room too.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Metzger. Again, appreciate all of the hard work and the deep study that went into this. I would open with just a question. As you guys went through all of the statutes, and you guys in your handouts can see that there was considerable lawyering and back and forth here that went into updating these. What were the things and all of you have been experienced around the current structure, what were the things you found that we aren't particularly good at as a state right now, or the gaps that weren't getting covered, or the challenges?
Sure. So I'll start and see if the rest of the work group members want to chime in. So a key thing across both the proposals that we recognize was a level of efficiency, some duplication, some confusion, things that weren't clarified in statute and just could be cleaner and more efficient overall. Both recognized that in the process we have now, we have so many people engaged in the water planning process, which is great. But sometimes there is a disconnect of making sure that ends up through the legislative process, and in particular, the funding of priorities in the legislative process. And so both tried to find stronger connections, either in the direct report to the governor and legislature in the form of a bill each session, or by reformulating the water authority to include legislative representation and budget representation in that process. Those were the two in particular, finding better efficiency and better legislative connection. And I would say both took a different approach to the third thing that we heard of the way that we garner and rely on public input was a key part of the process we were trying to address as well.
I suspect folks will have things they like and dislike about each plan as we work through some of our discussions here. But for anyone in the work group that is comfortable answering, would you say there are pieces of each plan that really shouldn't be changed, right? Because if we pick this piece and pick this piece and try and mesh some of these models together, if that's where the conversation goes, just curious, are there any sort of red lines for you guys to say this really undermines the purpose of this model or the other model as we just work through everything?
So I'll see if there's anybody from the work group that wants to add on to that as well. In my mind, if we want to present that full range to the task force, if there were certain things, if you kind of took an a la carte approach and you liked this from the alternative proposal and this from the amended proposal, there could be some things that just don't naturally flow together. Probably the most obviously, the KDNR proposal recommends abolishing the water authority and regional planning committees. And so that would be in direct conflict with the other proposal. But you could still select a reformulation of a cabinet level agency and pick some of the other structure that comes in the paired proposal as well. So I guess the short answer is no. We share these as opportunities to pick and choose the best things that go together.
Did any other members of the work group want to comment on that, or? Okay. And I probably should have offered before we jump into other questions. Did anyone else in the work group want to share any comments or perspectives on the process or the plans or anything you think would be helpful for the task force before we unleash the barrage? Please introduce yourself and welcome to the task force.
Stiles, retired from KDHE. This has been a very rewarding process, and it came to a point where the working group agreed to disagree. We have two schools of thought in terms of that. Susan touched on them. Basically, it's the role and the fate of the water authority, and it's the purpose or need for the regional advisory committees. And then we have this little side issue of should the agencies remain disaggregated or should they start to come together as a DNR type of approach. That latter point can fit in either school of thought. It doesn't matter whether it's multiple agencies or a single agency. We're talking process here. I think what has driven a lot of the thought of the working group is based on experiences of going through the planning process and engaging with the authority. We have really, again, the two different perspectives. One is to basically ask ourselves, what is the true purposes of the authority? What value is added by having the authority? And would that be better suited in their current role, which is they fulfill admirably as advising and providing insight into what comes down from the water office and planning recommendations, but essentially shift the position of the authority in the office so that the office becomes the point of the spear when it comes to developing water plan recommendations. The second is the reality that Senator, you asked where things have fallen. It's always been about implementation. The water plan is a gargantuan document with all sorts of verbiage and recommendations and expression of needs in there. It has never really laid out, I think, what the governors have called for, which was a list of projects that kind of mimic the approach that KDOT takes. I'm not sure that necessarily follows in line with that, but the fact is that there's been considerable frustration regarding implementation of the water plan. It has come forth from the RACs in terms of, hey, the authority's not paying attention to what's important to us. It's been expressed by the authority, hey, the legislature is not paying attention to what our recommendations are. Frankly, within the working of the process, the agencies are grinding with why are we going through this authority process, our budget process, and going through the governor and then through the legislature basically adds to that. So it's, again, what's the value of that? In the one proposal, the authority basically is fragmented. It becomes recognized that for implementation, authority lies within this building, with a authority that comprises both legislative and executive branch, state agencies in as ex officio, but that's where the real decisions for implementation occur, as they do, frankly, right now, whether we know it or not. Second is to take the people that comprise the authority as it stands now and make them the water council that then provides input and vets what comes up from that local level in terms of expression of need and necessary programs and projects that would address those needs there and continue to advise the authority of how that potentially looks. So advises the water office on how that looks. That proposal basically empowers the water office to carry forth, frankly, unburdened by some of the existing process, to make recommendations in the State House for things that should be implemented with the help and coordination of the other agencies, principally the Division of Water Resources, the Division of Conservation, and KDHE. The other remaining aspect is the notion of how do you gain local input. And the one proposal brings forth maintaining some semblance of regional advisory committees that are defined and designated under the authorities of the water office. The other one, and I'll mess it up, so I want Chris to follow in here, is basically centralizing it much more and having the agencies conduct planning and going forth and setting up their local, however they want to provide local input, and then they inform the State House how that ultimately looks in terms of what goes forth there. And I probably mashed that up a little bit in terms of your concepts, so I invite you to come up here and join me in this fun. So those are the two principal debatable points in terms of that. And I don't think any of the working group have any illusion that one is going to win out over the other. There's going to be some blending. There's going to be some additional tweaking of that ultimately. But there is that frustration of how do we get things implemented? Multiple times, the authority or some task force has come forth and asked for more money to go for water plan. The legislature has been generous in providing some boost to the state water plan, but has held back on dedicating any portion of the sales tax or any of that. And I think it falls into two questions. What do you need the money for? And what did you do with the money we gave you? And so some of that accountability, I think, is also lacking because everything is being routed through the state agency programs in terms of how things ultimately get implemented. So the one structure that I find myself in the camp of a reconstituted water authority does, in fact, bring forth the state agencies to answer those questions without basically being burdened again by process that doesn't necessarily add any value on top of that, and frankly blunts a little bit of the thrust that needs to happen with planning. So I'll stop and stand down there. Chris, I'm happy to share the podium with you.
Thank you. Chris Badel with the Department of Agriculture, though not today. These are just my views. Working on the water working group. I just wanted to expand a little bit on what Tom alluded to a little bit about the implementation piece. And I think that's what keyed some of us in this discussion, was that we've had this structure now for many, many years. 30 years, 40 years. It's been slightly reconstituted over the years, but the goals have remained the same and largely unaddressed. Maybe not addressed, that's not the right word. They are addressed, but they haven't been solved in any meaningful way. There's no meaningful reduction in the declines of the Ogallala aquifers. The sediments are still filling up our reservoirs. And so I'm a little more enamored of the KDOT approach than some of the other folks on the team. And I personally think that having an agency-driven stakeholder process and a slimmed down process from planning to implementation to get things done is in some ways superior. Trust with the public is superior to input from the public, I think. I think we've had a lot of input from the public, but I'm not sure we have a lot of trust from the public because we're not delivering on the things that government is supposed to deliver, which is to address these hard problems. And until we can do that, I think we should be looking for new ways to organize ourselves and try something different. I believe that's our responsibility. So anyway, I think that's all I had right now. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. I notice you've strategically not let the attorneys speak out of all of the work group members. Maybe that's unintentional. We'll open it up to questions from the task force. Representative Vaughn, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a series of questions about each proposal, but I think kind of building on your last question in terms of how we actually got here, I think we've talked about what problems was the working group attempting to address. From your personal experience, what things are these proposals attempting to address? But I think I'm also curious, where did these ideas come from? Are you seeing them in other states? Are you seeing them in, is it just through research or through your own ideas and conversation as a group? Where have these proposals come from, I guess is my first question.
Spadel again. Well, I think a lot of one of those proposals came from the KDOT model, which I think is a very successful model. It's not completely and perfectly analogous to what we're trying to do here, but it is in some ways. So I did take a pretty good look at the Texas model, which I know was talked about and got some attention with this task force. And what I found there is there's a lot of money being invested, but it's a lot of well redrills and a lot of ways to access more of the Ogallala aquifer. So there's a lot of money being spent, but as far as addressing declines in the aquifer and things like chronic water shortage problems, not really moving the needle. So I didn't find anything there that I thought would be helpful to us. So I'm going to say for myself, I drew from what seems to be a very successful model at Department of Transportation here in Kansas.
I might share a couple other things while Tom, maybe you want to chime in too. So some other models, you're probably familiar with the DNR model in Nebraska that combines a lot of the natural resource agencies. I would say that has some similar things to the proposal of the Kansas Department of Natural Resource in the alternative proposal. And then several other states, Texas, California, also take the approach of the alternative proposal where their water planning priorities are actually submitted in the form of a draft bill during legislative sessions. So those are some practices we drew from other examples as well. And then some of the things, even just thinking about the way economic development is done in the state, lended to some of our thinking of the reformulation of the regional water planning process, the regional committees as well. So Tom, you might have some things to add on there too.
Styles here. Final thing I'll say is just experience. Some of us have watched the authority work and progress and evolve over time. the one watershed moment was around 1990, 91 with the creation of the State Water Plan Fund. That frankly changed everything. And in fact, it somewhat derailed the planning process to become the center of attention for the authority of how to allocate that. The authority has changed. Not good or bad, it's just changed because the job has changed there. When they first came on in the early 80s, their mission was clear. They were taking the place of the Water Resources Board, which had done a fine job of making sure we had the state reservoirs in place and agreements with the Corps and so forth. But after that was done, just like with the Corps and the Bureau of Reclamation, once the dams were built, now what do? And we shift from development into management, and it got to be a little tougher. The early days of the authority and the office were very contentious. There was a lot of animosity between the water office and the authority. And frankly, the authority, some of the members of the authority were on with the mission of how do we get water from Milford Lake down to Wichita. That brought the demise of Alan Lochner as the first director of the water office. Joe Harkins came on. Joe invigorated the entire process with the backing of Governor Carlin to create the planning process as we tend to know it now. And the authority fit into that beautifully to basically begin to rise that and came forward with a series of legislative recommendations that constituted anything from the Small Lakes program to development of minimum stream flows, et cetera. But after the planning process kind of scored its success with that, the question arose again, okay, now what do? Well, it became a notion, let's shift into implementation. And the authority stumbles a bit when it comes to implementation because they don't really have any true authority. They make recommendations to the governor and the legislature. So as we've progressed there and they've made recommendations on where the water plan is, the power lies again within this building, but it also starts within the budgets of the respective state agencies because the programs basically claim a piece of that state water plan pie there. And so those experiences that I've observed there have said, is the process of moving from planning to implementation still as efficient, as smooth as it can be? And my personal feeling was, no, it's not. That and part of this, I throw back to members of this task force that lie within the legislature, because many times the legislature itself wasn't all that engaged in matters of water. And I understand your plate is full of all that, but water until the last 5 to 6 years has not risen up as a priority within there. It is now, and we ought to strike this opportunity when it is. Part of that proposal that reconstitutes the authority basically is a call for the legislature to put some skin in the game to basically be active in the process of moving what is being expressed as planning proposals, either programs or projects, and what do they view as the priorities that need to be implemented, either through legislation that dictates policy or, more importantly, probably appropriation that goes forth to fund those types of projects. So that's kind of some of the backstory of where some of the other ideas came forth in that proposal.
Mr. Chair, with your leave, I have a number of questions about each, if that's okay. So I think, Mr. Stiles, since you just kind of chatted, I'd love to ask some follow-up questions about the plan. I think that you've kind of been involved with this Plan A, I guess, the non-alternative plan. Okay, so a couple of questions. So starting where you kind of left off. So talking about the water authority and is it being successful at actual water plan implementation and what does that look like? I guess my question is why not change how that's done instead of completely abolishing the water authority? Because I think my heartburn with this is, I guess, kind of, I see where you're going, but I guess my heartburn is kind of twofold. So A, you have the legislators as the voting members of the water authority who are essentially approving whatever state water plan budget is created. But I'm not aware of any other agency where the legislature is approving the budget for that agency. I see where that potentially creates buy-in, but I also worry about how legislators' own priorities will influence the outcome of that process. I have concerns about that. On top of the fact that we are, in that formulation, eliminating the voices of the local entities. I think I understand the desire for efficiency, or, by elevating it to the level of legislators, are we increasing the likelihood that this is actually going to happen or this is actually going to get funded? But I think that defeats the purpose of the water authority. Maybe the answer is continuing it in its existing formation in some extent, having regional planning or devising their programming in a regional planning way, and then having ex officio legislators who are then forced to be bought into the process because they are part of it, but they are not the ones who are voting on the ultimate budget or policy priorities. So that's a long-winded way of just asking, can you walk me through why this formulation and why you think that's the correct way to do this for the water authority specifically?
Representative Vaughn, is because I think it reflects the reality of what happens. The authority, again, doesn't get to appropriate anything. Everything runs up through both houses of the legislature, as well as the governor deciding with her budget as to what she wants to fund or what she wants to set as a priority. It's about setting priorities. That has always happened here in this building there. The authority, at best, has collected what's happened, come up from the locals, has been basically put to paper by the staff of the water office, and then makes recommendations tying in what, again, the agency programs are doing that. But the conversation for implementation, and again, you have to segregate planning, the process of planning, which is still intact, which relies on that local input, but in one proposal, empowers the water office to basically collate all that and then come forth. It is, the authority has moved out from its existing position as kind of in planning over into implementation, and it includes buy-in from the legislature. But you also have the governor having a representative in there. You have the other state agencies in place there. It has always been the case that the legislature decides what's a priority, because ultimately they decide what gets appropriated as such on that. The loss of voice from the locals is, I think, a mythology. There's nothing that says locals can't come in here and campaign or lobby or talk to the legislators to say this is why this is important. And in fact, it's a two-way street. The legislatures, when they're not in this building, are back out there, and they engage many of those local inputs there, and they gain some experience of knowing what comes into this building, what's a priority there. So I don't think there's anything lost. I think it just basically is the water office becomes the funnel that collects all local information, that then sets direction for what needs to be done in terms of either projects or programs, and then comes forth and recognizing that resources are finite. The authority that comprises the leadership of the legislative committees and the governor's office decides this is for this coming year, this is what is priority in the name of implementation. So I guess I don't share your fear that things are lost as much as we are codifying what the reality is, and we are securing a place for the legislature to actually buy into the process so that they can go forth and they can go to the President of the Senate or Speaker of the House or their respective caucuses. And you frame the legislature as if it's just one party. In the proposal, it's not. It is clearly bipartisan. And so there is no chance to game the system for that. I think it would reflect a responsible discussion among all those parties as what, for the coming year, reflects the priorities for implementation. So that is the motivation for much of that amended authority proposal.
As a follow-up, I guess I want to assume the best about legislators as a legislator, but if you're talking about legislators being the sole voting members of this water authority, what is to prevent those 5 members from prioritizing projects that were brought to them in the water plan that are only in their districts? You know, I want to support this project because, you know, I live in Wichita and I want to do remediation of the aquaspet or the chloride plume. Or, you know, how do you ensure that that decision-making process is equitable? And I think that's where, you know, if you had like the chair of each regional advisory committee or whatever regional group you're planning as a part of that board as well, then they also have input of, we're making sure that this is an equitable process based on how these projects are being selected throughout the state, for example. I worry about that, just as an expressed concern. And I think in both plans, when we're talking about, oh, we get local input through public comment, I think that you could make the same argument that you're making about legislators here, where you're saying legislators don't have a seat at the table, so they're not invested in the plan. If we don't have members of the public who are actively engaged in the process, I think it becomes less likely that we get sustained engagement. I think if there are things that they care about or that directly relate to their districts or areas, for example, yes, we'll get public engagement, but I think there is value in having that public expertise at the table as a voting member, as an active part of the process, versus just saying, come and give public comment on these things that we're going to give to you. I think they should be part of the decision-making process.
I don't think anything does away with that. The authority in this new proposal, in and of itself, only has authority to basically say, this is what we're going to carry forth as messages to our respective delegated parties or our leadership and go forth. The committees remain intact, and the committees remain forums for open discussion for whatever type of programs, policies, or issues are arising there. All this proposal does is frame a special group that's empowered by their position within this building, and it's not just legislature, it's also the governor having a representative on there, as well as the state agencies. Even if that authority votes to say that we're going to make the Burton chloride plume our top priority, it still has to work its way through the respective legislative appropriation processes to happen there. There are multiple opportunities there. This is just one way for the legislature to gain some insight and additional knowledge as to the context and nuances of those types of issues. You got it.
Daniel Buller, Folston Siefken. First of all, I'm not defending this. I'm just trying to explain what we were thinking and what's included in it. And the amended plan with the reconstituted Kansas Water Authority, we tried to from the beginning, the emphasis was capturing and codifying and sort of formalizing local input. And that's what the Regional Water Planning Committees is sort of all about. And so we tried to put guardrails on that by saying, they're not numbered, but sub A and on page 2 near the bottom, long-term water planning in accordance with the act shall be facilitated and guided by regional water planning committees. So that's a sort of a mandate to structure water planning based on these 5-year regional rolling plans submitted by the water planning committees. And if they miss and then there's a number of deadlines. If they miss a deadline, then the water office has the discretion to not include their priorities in next year's plan. So there's sort of teeth to those deadlines. So anyway, that's where we tried to get the guardrails or sort of formalization on the local input. And then we put quite a bit more detail in what should be included in what the water office has to do in developing the regional water plan. So we tried to, and maybe the constitution of the water authority as it is in this draft isn't the way it should be. That you all are much more qualified to make that determination than I am, but we just tried to make that part of it efficient. The regional water planning committees develop the local priorities for their region, supposed to be comprised of stakeholders of the different water user groups. They submit their plans by a certain deadline to the water office each year. The water office coordinates with the water authority, and then by the deadlines submits the plan and hopefully gets it approved. So that's where we were going, tried to formalize local input.
Okay, and then kind of working down in the model. So talking about the regional water planning committees. So in the proposed statute changes, you say, the office shall establish number, composition, membership of the committees who shall represent the different hydrological regions within the state and be representatives of water users within each respective region. So I guess my next question is, how is this any different than the RACs, which represent the watersheds and the regions of the state? So how is this a change to that model, and why is there a need for a change?
Tom is better at the policy points, but I can talk a little bit about the structure. An earlier draft of this, we had defined the number of regional water planning committees based on the groundwater subbasins in some Kansas Geological Survey map. East, central, west, south central. And defined the different stakeholder or different water user groups that must be represented by the different water group planning committees. And that was my initial proposal. The working group eventually decided to just leave that within the discretion of the water office. Now, the regional water planning committees, there may be 4 of them, or there may be 14 of them. It all depends on how the water office chooses to break up the different parts of the states into its different hydrogeological regions. And so that's why we structured it the way we did. We felt like it would provide more sort of authority to more buy-in to those regional water planning committees, because they have a deliverable. They have deliverable dates each year, and there are, that's basically their opportunity to provide their priorities to the water office so that they can be considered in that year's regional water plan. Maybe Tom can speak about why it's better or worse than the existing.
Lindsay, the short answer is it doesn't. It doesn't do away with the RACs at all. It just reconstitutes the authority to establish the RACs to the water authority office as they see fit, whether it's to frame it under the geographic setting of Shannon's groundwater management district or on the Kansas space. It doesn't do that. What it does do is give new assignments to what that RAC is supposed to do, which is to develop the plan itself and to have that rotated there. So it was an attempt to empower those RACs as well, to get out of just turning the crank on process, but to actually help formulate, with the aid of the staff of the water office, real plans that come forth that suggest this project ought to occur or ought to be implemented, or this program needs to focus in these areas, et cetera. To just lift another layer of detail on the current iteration of what the basin plans look like there. So it doesn't do anything to take away from what is the status quo right now. It's an attempt to embellish it and empower it.
So essentially, depending on how the water office sets it up, the RACs could continue as they're currently constituted with this additional or not mandate, but additional requirement that they work in this framework of regional planning.
Yes, or they can adjust. I mean, right now you have 14 of them. Well, the feeling within the working group was, God, that's a lot of groups to feed and nurture. Maybe some consolidation is in order or do that. But it's at their discretion. The discretion lies with the office to ultimately define what that looks like, as well as who serves on it. We don't want too few, because then the geographic spread really dilutes out the representation that's necessary. But 14's a lot right now to manage, and it takes a lot of time on the part of staff to just keep the racks going.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if it makes sense to stay on this model and take other questions for the model, or would you, I have questions about the other model as well, but I can hold those questions depending on what you would
Let's
recommend.
just go ahead and get them out of the way and
Okay.
see where we end up.
Great. Okay, so I guess, Chris, these questions would be for you. Or yes, hello. Hey, Stephanie.
Hello, thank you.
Okay, so I have okay, I'll start with this. I've always been a supporter of reorganization. I think it makes a lot of sense to have these agencies in one agency together, to have a cabinet level position that's advocating for these things at the highest level of our government, because I think that is a big part of what we're lacking right now. However, I have a major problem with this model completely eliminating local input and solely relying on public comment for that purpose. And I also kind of struggle with this general supposition that less local input will increase efficiency, which will somehow lead to increased opportunities for funding and program efficacy, which will increase public trust, which is kind of this like cycle that I'm seeing be suggested. So I guess I'm wondering, why do you think that? Was that how it worked with the KDOT model? As a first question.
Actually, Chris is a lot better person to talk about the ks.gov model.
Chris Badel. I think so let's go back to the sense of engagement that the racks provide. And that is a few people in these regions that are fully engaged. I have, no doubt about that. But I wonder if more people won't feel heard and have their ideas considered in some of these local consult meetings where they have a long, focused discussion. An agency brings to them a coherent plan, say, what did we miss? I mean, I think it's about asking the right questions of these groups and of the public, the appropriate questions. I mean, what do you want to do to stop the declines in the Ogallala Aquifer? That doesn't seem to be an appropriate question to me personally, because there's one answer. It's you have to stop withdrawing water. That's how you do it. That's the only answer. Now, how you want to do that is, there's many different ways to accomplish that. So I guess, I think that the public engagement part is sufficient and appropriate in the model that we're proposing here, because it goes through and asks targeted, appropriate questions to people, more along the lines of, here's a plan, what did we miss? Is there something else we should be doing that you're concerned about in your area? Take that into consideration, see if it works with the funding and with the priorities of the state water plan, and then we go on and do our job. And I think that's what, in my mind, I feel a little bit like we're missing that bit about where the agency does its job and goes ahead and tries to solve these problems, whether that's regulatory, whether it's programs, the combination of all the above have to be considered and executed on. So.
And I guess, so I do see the value in the robust local consult process. You know, we saw that with the water planning in the past. I think we've seen it with the transportation plan. I think my problem is that doubles the life of the water plan. So you are touching base every 10 years with these local consults versus every 5 years, which is the current rolling timeline for the establishment of the water plan. And through that time, there is no what does local engagement look like? And I would make the case, I think, that Tom was kind of making, that water and water issues are not roads. I think there's a level of accountability, like we're all saying, we want to show what projects need to get done. We want to assess them on a regional basis. We want to deliver on those things and be able to show that to the public. But at the same time, water is people's lives. It's their livelihoods. It's a non-tangible thing it's a non-tangible problem in a lot of ways that we're trying to, address in a multifaceted approach, which, with roads, it's, okay, we need to redo this road, check. We need to redo this bridge, check. And I think a lot of these are policy questions. It's how do we reduce depletion of the aquifer? How do we work with these local stakeholders to make that happen? And I think that's my heartburn with this piece of it, is that's where we've seen success with the GMDs, with developing LIMAs, with working with local entities to, over time, slow depletion of the aquifer as partners instead of just telling them what to do. And sometimes that has to happen as well because ultimately the state owns the water. But I worry about that proposal because I think water is fundamentally different than transportation. And I think completely cutting out the local process on a rolling basis potentially actually decreases public trust in the state. So that's more of a comment than a question, but I don't know if there's anything you want to address in that.
Well, I completely sympathize with your opinions and your sense of the fact that these aren't roads. You're right, they're not. But people rely on roads for their livelihoods too. They can't drink them, but they do have to get to work, and they have anyway. I'm belaboring that, but I guess I would just say that the local engagement, it's not producing the effects as far as solving the problems that I think we need. We need those problems solved. We need to have definitive action to solve those problems. And I don't know that the process that we have now is fast enough, nimble enough, has the authority to do the things that need to be done. I mean, it can exist. In fact, I would say that it exists in parallel right now. Right now, we're going out and doing basin resource studies in the Verdigris, in the Upper Republican, just about to start on the Equus Walnut. If you look at the plans that those or the scope of work that those address, it's everything in water planning, every single thing. Go out there, find out, what are the future risks, what are the data that we need, what are the projects that we need to start working out, and we're going to march around the state and do that. Perfect. That's great. So ask a question, just in general, rhetorical question, where is the role of public input in that process? We're going to get all these projects in, and somebody's going to prioritize them, and we're going to see how much money we have and see what we need to do first, and which is a lot of the legislature's role, I believe. But
alternatively, why not take the basin studies, which I'm very supportive of? That's a line item we added to the budget. I think it's important data for the planning process, but why not take those to the RACs, for example, and say, this is our study of the basin. These are the things that we see as highest priority. You are the representatives of this region. We would love input on, how we prioritize tackling these many challenges and how we allocate this funding versus every 10 years saying, these are all of our basin studies. Now, everybody, this is a major challenge, but let's go ahead and just get your, public input on XYZ, which is, I just feel like the level of input you're going to get is more scattershot, maybe less informed over a longer horizon, kind of, so why not the former versus the latter?
I don't have a good answer for that. I mean, in my opinion, I would rather hear from more people than a few people. And just a small clarification, we intended that we would go out and do local council meetings twice within the 10 years. So we're engaging them more often than once every 10 years. And of course, that could, if you want more, then obviously could direct the agencies to do more. But yeah, I guess that's my answer. I'd rather hear from more people answering directed questions than from a few people who were musing on water issues over years, and that's my opinion. So.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Could I actually chime in? I didn't mean to pawn that off on Chris so entirely. And I had a couple of thoughts.
Ms. Kramer, could you introduce yourself?
Yes,
since
I'm
it's your
sorry.
first time?
I'm Stephanie Kramer. I'm Chief Counsel to the Kansas Department of Agriculture, but also not today. So the Chief Engineer can speak for himself today. Sorry. One thing that I was thinking as Chris was talking is I would actually hope that this model would solicit more focused feedback to bring something to the public and say, here's what we've got, with some level of specificity, rather than just, okay, guys, what do you think? And basically asking to, I guess I sort of think that it's fundamentally not fair and not properly the function of government to ask the public to not only to solve policy problems, but to identify them. I mean, so I just don't know that, I don't know that going out to the public and saying, tell us what your problems are. I mean, we want to hear that, of course. That's, part of what we would get at with taking the plan to them. But I don't know that it's appropriate in the first instance to say, well, tell us what we should do. That's sort of bluntly how I think about it.
Maybe not in the sense of, I do think it's the state's role to know what the problem is, to have the data on the problem, to understand what the solutions to that problem are, but to get the local input of how is this impacting your daily lives? Like, how is this impacting your community? How, based on all of those things in your community, how should we think about prioritizing these things? How can we be partners in this project? I think those are important questions. And I think, yes, we want to, through both of these models, continue to solicit public feedback, but it takes away the public power of having a seat at the table in these various functions of government that I think is important, in my opinion, to continue to have local buy-in and support for these issues, because again, water is also a sociological issue. This is something where we're all gonna have to start changing how we think about the resource in order to make progress on a lot of these really challenging issues. And if we're only asking people to give their opinions every 5 years, are we able to be part of that movement together? I guess is a way that I think about it as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's well taken.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Ms. Kenyon?
Thank you, chairs, and thank everybody for the feedback. I really want to say that I appreciate really hearing about like the locals guiding the conversations. Coming from the groundwater management districts and representing them, I really feel strongly with those. The GMDs are statutory created local control, and that really tasks the GMDs with managing the groundwater. Some of us have been a little more quicker to adapt than other, but I think that with some bills recently, things are getting underway and a lot of positive changes happening. My heart really does ache when I hear, really for the producers who are doing really the hard work out there, to hear that there's no meaningful reductions in the Ogallala Aquifer, and I would disagree with that as somebody that has championed limas and have been successful with that. And there's a major reason why that government doesn't have the trust and that GMDs at the local level do, because we are the local level. So we, the GMDs, are engaging with our stakeholders. We do this all the time, almost daily. We are the local consult. We are doing basin studies daily in our, especially to develop these LEMAs. And to say that it's not producing the effects, I think that we can show that it is. So I guess one thing I want to ask from both sides of those plans, where do the GMDs fit into these plans? I don't really hear a whole lot about where their place is in that. Thank you.
Shannon, I'd say it's not just you that says that. Conservation districts are wondering it, watershed districts as well. All the local units of government going, hey, implementation happens at the local level. I think, at least if the retention of the RACs, or some semblance of the RACs, has representation there that reflects what the priorities of the GMDs are, whether there's a direct member of the GMD board on there or the manager, I don't know. And if there is some semblance like of a water council, the GMDs would be on that. So they'd have another presence to vet what's coming up from the local level there. Just because you aren't explicitly laid out there doesn't imply that you're going to be ignored. It'd be foolhardy to suggest that. You are a major presence on the local scene, and you are charged with management of the local resource. It isn't so much, I take exception with the state going out there and just asking the locals, what do you think? What do you want? That's not how it works. It's the local group saying, we're going to listen to what the GMD says it needs, what the Conservation District says it needs in Thomas County, what the Watershed District down in, what's the one down in, the largest watershed district in the world. Yeah, Jetmore, all that. What do you need? Those local districts are charged with implementation, but they don't do it gratis. They say, we need resources there. That's the message that you send into the RAC that then funnels up into the process to express, here's where we need the state. It isn't the state asking, what do you want? It's, what do you need to make things happen there? Because this state and the water process has been predicated on things happen at the local level. It has not been a top-down process. The GMD Act itself was a overt expression of saying it's going to happen at the local level there. But local control requires local responsibility and authority, and it needs resources. And sometimes the local resources aren't all there, and that's where the state can come in there. But that's where you ask. You use the process to say, this is where we need to do that. You can also, it's not just about money, it's about policy. And to utilize that RAC to go forth to the water authority saying we want a explicit policy that says wherever possible at the discretion of the GMD, LEMAs are a good tool to ultimately address this question of declining aquifer levels there. And we want them to be emphasized in northwest Kansas or something like that. So you aren't explicitly identified within the statute. The process sweeps you in. It is an inclusive process that brings in your necessary input there. And you have at least two bites of the apple, one at the local level and one at the accompanying water council level there. There will be those opportunities. And they exist for how this state distributes resources and looks for implementation at the local level by empowering local subunits of government to carry it out.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And the concern is, because we are statutory required to do X, X, and X to make sure that we are not kind of stopped, or I would say trumped, but that's not a good word I can think of, to say that by something that is not statutorily created like the RACs. So, but yeah, I'd like to hear on the, as well, a little further. Thank you.
Well, real briefly to piggyback off, and this is Daniel Buller, Folston law, to piggyback off of what Tom said, in an earlier draft, when we were laying out the membership of the regional water planning committees, representative from a GMD was on the list, but then the group, as I mentioned earlier, sort of shifted to a more flexible constitution for those groups because not every part of the state has a GMD. And so different sub-basins, it doesn't make sense to require a GMD representative for, the southeast part of the state. So we just left that with the water office in constituting those groups. That doesn't mean that the GMDs wouldn't have a representative in the working group, even though it's not expressed specifically in this draft, at least. But the water office would certainly have discretion to address that issue when it forms the different regional water planning committees across the state. Under this version, they could.
Thank you. Yeah, Chris, thank you.
Representative Minix?
First of all, Shannon, my apologies. I shouldn't have looped SD, Sheridan 6 in with all of my other comments. But I'll stand by the other comments. I think as writ large, the LEMAs so far, and there's still time, but the LEMAs so far haven't slowed the aquifer declines appreciably. That's from the data that I've seen. I'm just saying it like it is, in my opinion. But Sheridan 6 has been wildly successful in its short term, and I know that they're re-upping and taking additional cuts, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate the hard work and the sacrifice that those people are making for their future and for the future of Kansas, so I apologize for that. But as far as the other plan, I think the GMDs are incorporated, again, kind of like Tom said, they're just swept in, they're part of all of the stakeholder local consult meetings. They show up, and of course, anyone is always free to go lobby on their own behalf at any time to any agency or the legislature as they see fit. But I did want to say something about the local control and how, I'm still in this conversation about what's appropriate to ask people and the appropriate levels of input to get from them. And, so what comes to my mind, because I'm thinking about it a lot, is the Ogallala declining and going out to a local group and saying, look, you have 25 years of water left. What do you want to do? That is a really hard question. And the answer is always, we want to do something meaningful tomorrow. Because right now, economically, we just can't afford to do anything. And then, if something does happen, if a LEMA goes through, people adjust. They do adjust. Now, there's a fine line there about how much you can dictate water cuts and have people adjust. And I completely get that. But sometimes it's either the threat or the actual action gets people to adjust and make the changes that they need so that they can have water for longer than 25 years and have a vital community and agricultural community. But until that happens, there's a lot of putting off. There's a lot of inertia. So anyway, that's it. Thanks.
I think I have more of an observation than a question. I think sometimes our organizational chart is dependent upon our long-term funding. I get the highway program has a dedicated sales tax to it, and that makes it much easier for an organizational structure to have something to count on, and we can simplify it and make it more efficient and all that. I have been so frustrated over the last several years. There's 4 members here at this desk that were on the water committee in 2023 when we got some additional funding. And we had to beg and plead, and I was asking for a dedicated sales tax. Didn't get it. We did a 5-year sunset just to get something passed through the legislature. That was helped by a couple members of appropriations and Ways and Means. But beyond those 6 people, sometimes I don't feel like I've had that much impact upon leadership and what we can do in those appropriations committees. That's why I'd like to see some more educational to legislators who are making those funding votes, I need help, lots of help, because the programs can be planned and they can be excellent, but if they're not funded, we're not doing anything. And that's why I'm asking for, however we work this deal out amongst the committee, that we get a little better educational process to the legislative side of things so that they understand more. If you guys want to comment, I'll.
Okay. Mr. Swati?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This might be a little repetitive, but I think it might be helpful for me and maybe other members of the committee. Let's do a thought exercise. I'm going to throw out a hypothetical, and then each group can kind of walk me through. So let's say we can magically fix and reach Q stable, the High Plains Aquifer, by a 10% reduction, and it's going to cost $10 million a year for 3 years. How would your respective proposal, who figures that out, and how do you get it done? And then we're all professionally friends here. Not only, it would be helpful for me as you walk me through who figures that out and how do we get it done, but also I would appreciate you being critical to, you reached your conclusion versus the other based on some ideas. So please, let's say like, we were concerned that the other side, you can't get to that number. You can't get to the $10 million a year during that model. So sorry to put you on the spot, but I think it might be helpful for me to have you go through each of you that reach those respective decisions. Let's say that's the magic thing that can fix declines in the aquifer. Who figures that out and how do we get there?
Chris Badel, I'm sorry, just clarification, who figures what out?
And it's strictly hypothetical. The 10% reduction in pumping in the aquifer would automatically make it reach Q stable for the next million years. I'm just,
Okay,
yeah.
so that's given. We know that. So what are we trying to do
Well,
now?
who determines that? And it's going to cost $10 million a year for the next 3 years. Walk me through the process that you've laid out in like, okay, so the KDNR figures that out and goes out and holds meetings and shares that with people. Am I on the right path here or?
Sure. I mean, who figures it out would be, KDNR in conjunction with probably models built by the Kansas Geological Survey. We'd figure all that stuff out. If it was 10% everywhere, we would probably just do it because 10% is not very much. So we might go and we might hold an IGUCA hearing and say, since it's 10% for the entire Ogallala, since we're being simple here, since it's the entire place, first we would say, GMDs, you're all over the Ogallala High Plains Aquifer. Would you please fix this because it's only a 10% cut? And they would, probably in a few months. It'd just be done. They go through that hearing process and be done. And that's, enforceable by law, so that would do that. The $10 million, for what? I mean, what?
I'm just
It just costs $10 million.
Let's say you need money, so who's going, yeah.
We kind of purposefully stayed away from the funding bit because it's the milieu of the legislature. So we thought we'll just stay out of that and defer that to the folks who actually have the purse strings. So I don't know if that's a satisfactory answer. Okay, kind of.
I'll give you another unsatisfactory answer. I think this Daniel Buller, Folston Law, I think the way it would work under the amended KWO structure would be the local regional water planning committee, who would be constituted of stakeholders within that area, would express their priority. Here's our priority. We want to reach Q stable in this region. And the Kansas Water Office, who serves as the technical and resource background or backbone of those committees, would figure it out, okay? And they would then incorporate that into and work with the Regional Water Planning Committee to incorporate the details of that into the 5-year regional rolling plan. The committee would submit that through the KWO. KWO would work with the Kansas Water Authority, which under the current version of that group includes people from Ways and Means and Appropriations, and they publish it the day after water use reports are due. And so there you go. I think that's how it would kind of work under this plan. Obviously, the first year there's a ramp-up period. You've got to form the regional water planning committees. I think there's a deadline for them to do that, but that's sort of how it would go. It starts at the locals because this version requires the state water resource plan to be guided by the local 5-year regional water plan submitted by the committees.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I'll follow it. That was great, both of you. I put everybody on the spot. Let me, as a sort of first time hearing this, not really, but layperson, repeat it back, and please tell me at what point I go off the tracks describing it to you as I'm hearing it. So, and it doesn't have to be a reduction in pumping. It could be, you know, the Burton chloride plume or whatever. Insert whatever issue. One model has KDNR saying, okay, this is the problem. We've figured that out. We're going to go out and do public meetings, but we are setting in motion the policy directives that are going to fix this. And not necessarily also attaching the associated funding that would be required to it, except that the model is typically what we have then anyway. The agency would come forward and say, we need this money because it's going to cost X amount. The other is still using the RACs, and they would come forward with those ideas. But then there would also be the associated legislative input at an earlier state on the money. One, have I characterized those generally well? And then two, this is, you know, I'm not sort of tipping my hand to either direction that I want, but I wonder if that local input could ever get to, I don't know, you know, how you magically fix the Burton chloride plume, but can the local input ever get there, get us to where we need to be? I'm genuinely concerned that they can't, starting from that model.
Tom will correct me. Daniel Buller Folston. So I don't think they fully can, but I think they can identify issues, and they can identify projects, that can identify priorities that they then work with the Kansas Water Office to get to a plan, a project, things like that. I think that's, at least that's what's envisioned here. And so I think that's the sort of the overarching structure of how this is supposed to work, or at least in our minds. Tom.
Again, Tom Stiles. Josh is not a great example for us to do because it plays well into Chris's notion. DWR doesn't need the authority to accomplish that. It needs KGS to provide the data, and it needs GMD to implement it. But the question is, you don't task the RACs with implementation. They've done the preliminary work. They said, this is important, and here's the projects or the programs that, let's say, GMD4 needs to accomplish there. They take that, they funnel it in the water office, it becomes part of the water plan. The $10 million from where? From the state water plan fund? Then this initiative needs to be in the water plan. It implements, the fund implements the water plan. That's the role of the RAC, to make sure that that project or that program or initiative is in the water plan. Then the 10 million makes sense that on the basis of the priorities from the governor and the legislature saying, yes, that's a priority. It's time to get after it. That's how the locals see it done. They don't accomplish it, but they basically lay the groundwork to say, the water plan has expressed this as a priority. The water office carries that message in, the office carries that message into this new constituted authority. The members of that authority carry it through to their caucuses, to their leadership, saying, yes, it's time we dedicate that.
And one more comment, because Dan Buller Folston, we're starting to throw around the term RAC here, Regional Advisory. I think what our idea here was to provide an opportunity to reimagine what those groups are, how many there are, who's a member of them, because these local regional planning committees have more formalized authority under this version of the plan as compared to existing law. Thank you.
Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to ask some questions and say my comments for this afternoon. I'm curious about the 10-year plan versus the 5-year rolling, and they're tied to these two specific structural, outlines. Is there any, like the red line that we were talking about earlier, would the 10-year plan work with can you vice versa them, or what are the benefits to that? I guess I'm just trying to understand specifically 10-year versus 5-year.
Chris Spadel, I don't, there's nothing magical about 10 years. We're thinking about something that balanced the time and effort that it takes to go out and engage with the public and get, all that feedback, and also time to implement and time to let these programs play out. Programs take a long time to stand up. They vary in funding, and you have to get implementation pipelines made for the funding that goes out. I mean, it's a whole thing. Every single program has that. So when you go through on a planning basis, touching base every 5 years or so and updating your plan seemed to be a good balance, but it could be more frequently if that's what people want. It's certainly not a red line for the one plan anyway.
Okay, thank you. And then along the lines with the GMDs and then the other conservation boards and watershed districts, all those things, I am concerned about the influence that they have on each model. I think there's a greater weight to the influence on one model versus another, and just like to hear your thoughts on that.
Daniel Buller, first to your previous question about the 5-year plan, it's really a 1-year plan that rolls every year but looks 5 years into the future. Maybe that's not long enough. But the idea is here's the priorities, projects, and concerns that we have in this region, and here's and out for 5 years. And then every year we say, okay, this is what happened last year. We're going to update that plan so that it's every year that it gets updated. That's the idea between the 5-year rolling plan. That's why we put the word rolling in there. As far as the influence of the GMDs in our plan, I mean, as I mentioned earlier, it's not formalized in the plan. It's not codified under the draft here, but it would be essentially to the discretion of the Kansas Water Office to form the members of that committee based on its discretion relating. I think we've got some guidelines in there as to that.
And so that's with the amended proposal. The alternative proposal, there's no regional advisory committee. There's none of that in that proposal. So how would that work?
Yeah.
They would just go straight to the water office, or?
No, I'll let Chris or Stephanie speak.
Chris Spadel, yeah, like any other group, they're free to go petition their legislator or whomever they see fit to, but there's no formal framework for them to participate in except for the local consult meeting. So, and I guess I'm short-circuiting. I'm talking about other interest groups. You're talking about GMDs and maybe other agricultural interest groups or whatever. Yeah, yeah.
The watershed groups, the conservation districts. Okay. Are you envisioning like when the governor had the big public meetings? Is that what you're envisioning?
Yes.
With the breakout work groups and different things like that?
Yes.
Is that what you're envisioning? Okay. I guess my last question is on the legislature, legislators being on that, is it the water authority? Being the new water authority kind of, I just kind of want to hear more on that, on just the reasoning behind that.
reasoning, I'm gonna parrot what Representative Minnick said, that from the outside looking in terms of why things aren't necessarily getting done, there was a perception of it was hard to break in and get the legislators to understand what all was happening there. This was a way to kind of distribute the burden of acquiring that knowledge from the various committees, from both, with representatives from both parties in there and all that. And then they in turn could go on up to leadership, or they can basically inform their respective caucuses and so forth. So it was, again, just a notion of trying to get the legislature up to speed faster and to inoculate the State House with what the water plan actually is intending to try to accomplish and what are the priorities. And that's notion of priority there, because it's a free-for-all within the appropriation process as it stands right now.
Okay, was there anything else discussed in that, along that line of thought, trying to elevate water in the legislature? Was there any other thing discussed? I didn't get to see the work group meeting, so just curious.
I would just say that the reorganization, Chris Bailey, the reorganization bit was that elevation of water issues in the legislature, in the executive, I mean, in all of that, so in all conversations. So that was the only other thing I can think of.
So just for my clarification, the two different plans is either the water authority with the legislature kind of being at the top, or a sole department that focuses on water. That's kind of that's the way we elevate that you guys have determined.
Those were the two different options that got presented. And I would say it's a Department of Natural Resources. So it's water, but it's also environment. So.
Thank you.
Representative Rogers?
I thought maybe Governor Mason here might get her chance, but thank you. And I'll be quick. I see the time is you know, as me, I never talk that long, ever, no. Thanks for the opportunity. Thank you to the task force for doing this. I've been through a couple of these, through a couple of different things, through different agencies and transportation plans and so on. And so I guess I would like for us, as we go to our lunch break, to maybe pause, and this is like step 4 of about 1,000. I see these two proposals, and in all due respect, I probably think the final version is going to look something completely different from these two when it all gets settled. I think some words, some of the things that were said today are everybody's opinion. I understand what the data says. Those of us that live west of here know, and we were at other meetings, and know of the knockdown drag-out of irrigators and water users in southwest Kansas and what they've done. And while that's only one part of this, if we haven't done anything, and that's another thing I guess I will. I know over the last 6, 8 years, 11 years I've been in the legislature, I've dedicated a lot of the time to water and serving on appropriations to make sure that money got here. We can talk an awful lot about all the policies and all the hand-wringing of what is and isn't happening and who's on what committee and does whatever. It still goes back into this room right here. And for the last 6 years, I've sat right there and tried to guide monies to water, not only for irrigators, but for industrial uses and for large communities, folks like Wichita, Water One, and so on, to help them to know that water, as was mentioned, as Representative Vaughn said, it's so critical. And why the legislature hasn't taken it upon it? Well, because they go to the refrigerator and get one of these. Because they don't go days without having water to drink. But we've made that commitment. And so I think that's where, you know, those of us that have served on this committee and have given the time to serve this last year and now this year to go through this. But I guess, Mr. Chairman, I would say You know, there's some things I appreciate about both these proposals. I think as we go through the process, we have that discussion, and also to remind us of all the work we do. It will still come back in January, and the legislature will have to approve all this. And so regardless of who is in the big chair or who decides what monies are going somewhere, and as we talk more about funding sources, I'll have more to say about that. But I do think you all did yeoman's work. I know I can only imagine. I was out doing other things instead of sitting there watching your meetings. But I know there's a lot of thoughtfulness, and I getting a chance to read this before the meeting, that all the best intentions were made. And I think that sometimes we, as we look at this, to not look at it, and believe me, I was talking on the sidelines here about the GMDs, because it is important to those of us that have those areas, that have and know the work that's been done. But we also know those local committees, and the last thing I read out of any of this is that any sort of local input goes away. I would agree. So, were you interpreting what I was saying? Okay. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, again, thank you for the opportunity. And the reason why I wanted to talk now, before we went into this afternoon with the research department's further discussion, but again, I think this is simply a working model and a working document. I would just want to make sure that we fully understand that this is there's a lot of red in here on the code of drafts. So, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Mason.
Thank you. A lot of really good conversation today, this morning. And I don't want to extend us past the lunch break either, but in going through the two proposed approaches, I have a lot of the concern that I heard Lindsay express, and we've talked about it quite a bit this morning, but I just want to reinforce that from both of those proposed approaches, I sense, I feel a real diminishment of, public comment, public role, public opportunity to really engage at a meaningful level. And I heard what you said, Tom, about you think there's still ample opportunities, but there's not the same formal process as there currently is in place with the Water Authority and also the RACs. So I think as we look towards some solution to the process, that we have to ensure that the public stays engaged at a significant level. Otherwise, we get into the trust issue. And that's been mentioned a couple of times. So if we want to engage, if we want to retain the public trust, we have to make sure that there's a process that's meaningful for their engagement. And one of the things that I read with these two approaches, in one of them, it had a paragraph about good government. And, I know there's a lot of government people in here. I am not, so if I offend people, my apologies in advance. But I guess we all have to understand that there's probably 100 different interpretations of what good government is. And so I don't think we should rely on and put our faith in good government to make all the right decisions for us, the public. And hence my comments about the public. The other thing that I've heard today is a problem with implementation of projects. And there's been a lot more money dedicated to water over the last 3 or 4 years. And I cannot, little background for me. I served on the Water Authority for 4 terms. I exited the Water Authority in 2019. Did not have the opportunity to work with Connie. I did have the opportunity to work with Earl. And, you know, I cannot believe that we haven't had some successful implementation of projects. So I guess, you know, in the interest of time, I mean, I would love to ask for an example or two and how that implementation occurred successfully, and then the accountability piece for the successfulness. But we're probably out of time, but I just cannot believe that we don't have success stories of implementation of projects with some of the funding that we've been able to give to water.
Thank you. And I think it's appropriate. We have time reserved, so the larger discussion after we hear from KLRD, we'll revisit this topic, and all of this is fair game to discuss amongst ourselves. I wanted to focus this mostly on Q&A so we didn't have to lock these guys up and hold them here all afternoon. But I would say you're all, anyone of the task force, I know Dr. Metzger has other commitments, but if any of you are willing to stay to answer further questions, we'd encourage you to do so. However that may be helpful. If there's also, I've set aside time for tomorrow if we have some long-term questions like you just posed, and legislative research can work with the agencies to put those together. We have some time set aside for follow-up questions because I know there's a lot of big topics here. So this is exactly the type of discussion Representative Minnick said we're hoping to foster, and we want to provide lots of opportunity to think about it, talk about it, make sure research doesn't get any sleep, answering all of our follow-up questions. But that's sort of the lay of the land. So I think that's all very appropriate and well said from everybody. Task force, if someone had a really short question, I would allow it. But if it's long, we'll hold it till the afternoon. Dr. Mell, with trepidation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe it's short. Quickly on the amended proposal, I was wondering if there were any discussions of having representatives from the RACs or the reconstituted RACs or other public representatives serving as voting members alongside the legislature. And if not, why not?
Daniel Buller-Folston. I can't recall specifically whether we discussed that. We discussed a lot of different versions of what the reconstituted water authority might look like. This is just what we came up with, and so I think that's my best answer to that.
Would you have any opposition to that model, or any reason?
I want to add to what the Stiles. I just want to add to what Daniel said. I'd say firmly, no, it wasn't. The purpose of the RACs and what they wanted and what they accomplish is to inform and develop the water plan through a series of regional plans. That's their mission there. This whole notion of what this new authority is all about implementation. The RACs don't have a place in that on implementation because they don't have any more than the authority does. They don't have any authority ultimately to carry out budgets or appropriation and then in receipt. So the RAC's position was to continue to funnel in support for a variety of programs and projects and where they go, but they were not empowered to basically start getting engaged in the appropriation process beyond what any other person would do, which is just basically call up their legislature and say, hey, this is a good idea, or for God's sake, don't fund this, all that. So we did maintain that the RACs is in a niche of being the workforce for building up the plan itself. All that amended authority statute really does is recognize that the authority as it currently is constituted now is ill-suited for implementation. It's great and the members are great for planning. But implementation, again, lies in this newly constituted authority because they truly have authority.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chief Engineer Lewis.
Not a question, just a response to Karma's point about implementation tomorrow during the budget or funding discussions. There will be examples of successful implementation in recent years.
All right. Heather, if you will visit with the agency heads about some examples, and if that's already all baked into tomorrow, great. If we need to put something separate together and they'd like to present from the bench, that's fine as well. Just a quick review for everybody. I want to thank the task force again on behalf of all the members up here, the working group. You guys have put a lot of time and energy into this, and we really appreciate you standing for all the questions and putting in all the work. We will ask everyone to be back here by 1:45. If you're participating in the bill signing, we'll obviously wait for you to get back, but I'll be optimistic and hope everyone's here by 1:45. If you're not, be milling around about then to reconvene. With that, we will recess until 1:45. Back to part 2 of our water task force meeting here today. So the next presentation will come from legislative research and the revisor's office. And what the co-chair and I have asked for is sort of a review of some of the money that goes into the water plan right now. We've had this in depth in the past, but we'll review the money that goes in. And then we've asked for a review of the 2018 Blue Ribbon Task Force and to have those numbers updated because it had made a number of recommendations on potential funding sources. And the idea here is just to put a lot of information out there, think about different types of dedicated funding sources, what we like, what we don't, how they may fit in. You know, this will really go into what the agencies are going to present tomorrow morning about their financial need, but this is sort of the backstop to that. How much do we think is available? Where would it come from? And how do we set an achievable goal working with the agencies to meet needs? So think of this as part of tomorrow's conversation as well, but there's, again, a big topic, lots of information, and I wanted to get ideas out there so that we can think about them and work through them as we move through the next 2 days. So with that, by the way, if you have your voucher sheet, if you'd sign that and pass it up to the co-chairs, we'll take care of that for you. But other than that, we will open up with a breakdown of the current funding sources in the state water plan, and we have Mr. Drury.
Thank you, Co-Chair Titus, Co-Chair Minix, members of the task force. My name is Luke Drury. I am a senior fiscal analyst with the Legislative Research Department. For my piece of the briefings here today, I will use a KLRD memo that was published January 25th, 2024. You should have a copy of that in front of you. Also, too, that is located on Legislative Research's website. This memo at the time does indicate and still does the revenue streams that come into the State Water Plan Fund via fees. On that first page of that memo, you will see down towards the bottom bold header saying revenues. Some of those fees include water protection fees, fertilizer and pesticide fees. Flipping over onto the next page, you do see the rest of those different fees, fines, penalties that do make up revenues to the State Water Plan Fund. In addition to that, you will see those final 2 bullets do indicate state general fund transfers. By statute, that is $6 million. However, as the task force is aware, the 23 legislature, legislature subsequently has increased that transfer to the State Water Plan Fund to the magnitude of about, in FY 2025, that was $51 million from the State General Fund to the State Water Plan Fund. And then in addition to that, there is a $2 million transfer from the Economic Development Initiatives Fund. I would also note then for the committee, I did provide a blue sheet for you. This is known as the State Water Plan Fund table. I do want to direct you to the back of that sheet where it will tell you revenues up at the top. From there, you will see those corresponding fees, how they relate to actual revenues that have been receipted into the fund in 2025, along with estimated receipts for 26 and 27. I would also note for the task force as well that you do see a line under transfers and adjustments that says state treasurer transfer. That would be related to some monies that was put away in the Milford debt retirement fund with the state treasurer's office. There were some monies there that were transferred there to the State Water Plan Fund to shore that up for FY 2026. Other than that, then, you will also note that as the result of legislation from 2023 Senate sub for HB 2302, you do see transfers out of the State Water Plan Fund to the Water Technical Assistance and the Water Projects Grant Fund. Both of those are funds that show up as special revenue funds, but are funded with State Water Plan Fund receipts. Those are administered by the Kansas Water Office. Mr. Chair, I can certainly stand for any questions, should you have any, regarding those receipts and transfers to the State Water Plan Fund.
Task Force, are there any questions? Do you have a list, or could you get us a list of the last time all of these fees were updated?
Mr. Co-Chair, I don't have that directly in front of me, but I can certainly get that to you and the rest of the members of the task force.
I think that's, if you just email that out once you guys get it, that'd be good.
I can do that.
Earl, if Earl or Connie, if you'd like to share.
Yeah, I think for the most part, the fees, absent the sand royalty fee or the clean drinking water fee, were established in 1989 and remain at the same level that they were established at 1989. The sand royalty fee came in either 95 or 96. And then the clean drinking water fee was added in, I think, 2007, probably for the fiscal year 2008 fiscal year.
So we're pretty confident they've all come in and they've never been.
That's correct.
Adjusted. Okay. Thank you. All right. Any other questions? Representative Howardin?
Can we get that in like email or something just so we can think about it? Just, that would be great.
Okay. All right, next up, we have Ms. Reuter with the update of the 2018 Blue Ribbon Task Force. If you have any context on that report, some of us were, I think, on that task force. Not me, but some of us were. Yeah, if you give us a little context and talk about what you looked at and what the scope of that was as well, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the task force. The Blue Ribbon Funding Task Force for Water Resource Management issued their final report on January 11th, 2017. So just a little bit about the task force. They met 7 times during 2016 to evaluate overall financial needs, to implement the long-term vision for the future of water supply in Kansas, current revenue sources and alternatives, and to develop a recommendation to present to the governor in the 2017 legislature. Over those 6 meetings, they discussed a variety of options for funding, including a fee on bottled water, and also a sales tax stream of revenue. I am going to talk about the bottled water fee on the salmon-y orange colored paper. So included in the final report, there is an other information section from the Department of Revenue about the bottled water fee. Included in this is a definition of the term bottled water from the sales, or the streamlined sales and use tax agreement. And then they discussed a tax on packages sold and a gallonage tax. In the salmon-colored sheet, there is an update on anticipated revenues from a tax on packages sold. And so to estimate the number of bottles of water sold in Kansas in 2023, 2024, and 2025, KLRD used a per capita consumption of bottled water data from the Beverage Marketing Corporation and the International Bottled Water Association. We also used Kansas certified population data from the Kansas Division of the Budget and population estimates from the U.S. Census Bureau. And this is similar data that was used by the Department of Revenue in the additional information section of the report from 2017. The per capita consumption, according to the Beverage Marketing Corporation and the IBWA, in 2023 was about 46.4 gallons per capita. It went up in 24 to 47.3 gallons per capita. And in 25, it's estimated to be 47.7 gallons per capita. And I will note that within the report that I got this information from the IBWA, the per capita consumption of bottled water is made up of different segments, so it's not just the single-serve, single-use plastic water bottles. It also includes domestic sparkling, imported self-service refill or vended, home and office delivery, and then multi-serving bottles, which could be like a gallon or 2.5 gallons, something like that. But of that total market, about 70% is the single-serve plastic water bottles. As I noted, the population data came from the certified population data from the Division of the Budget. In 23, it was about 2.94 million. in the state of Kansas, and in '24, it was 2.97 million. And then the U.S. Census Bureau estimates that in 2025, the population is 2.977. On the back of the memo is the tables, which show some anticipated revenues. All of these are based on a single-serve plastic water bottle size, which is about 16.9 fluid ounces is the most common size. And there are approximately 7.5 single-serve bottles in a gallon. So to get to revenue with all of this information, I took the population, I rounded it. So in '23, 2.94 million times the gallons per capita. And then I multiplied that by 7.57 to get the number of bottles sold. And then multiplied by a 1 cent per bottle fee and then a 4 cent per bottle fee, which was included in the Department of Revenue's information in the 2017 report. So for 2025, for example, a 1 cent per bottle fee, if every bottle sold was 16.9 fluid ounces, it would be around $10.7 million. And then a 4 cent one would be about $43 million. The second table on this page breaks it down into that 70% category. So since single-serve plastic bottles make up approximately 70% of the bottled water market, if you take the gallons per capita times 70%, then you do the same calculations with the substitution of 70% of gallons per capita, then it could be in 2025, a 1 cent per bottle fee would be about 7.5 million, and the 4 cent per bottle would be about 30 million. I would also like to note in the Department of Revenue's information, they did have some discussion points in the 2017 report. Some of the questions that they had were, would all the containers be taxed or only those within a certain size range? So the example that is in this memo is just the 16.9 fluid ounce bottles, and if that was like the total market or 70% of the market. And then would all size containers be taxed at the same rate? And they had an example of the 4 cent fee and how a 24 pack of 16.9 ounce bottles would be a 96 cent fee. But if you did 3 gallons in 1 gallon containers, then it would only be a 12 cent fee. So those are just some things to consider when you are thinking about this, is what is the size of bottle that you want to have a fee on? Is there going to be varying fees for different sizes? That kind of stuff. So with that, if there are questions, I'd be happy to answer some.
Representative Vaughn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this research. I generally like this idea, but the last time I read the Blue Ribbon Task Force report, I kind of remember some either questions being raised or potential hurdles around actual implementation of something like this, where you're just taxing a single type of item. Do you remember from the report what those potential concerns were? And that could be something that we may be able to address today, but I just didn't know if that was something you could highlight.
Mr. Chair, Representative Vaughn, within the report, there is a notation that the Department of Revenue suggested 2 options that could be implemented and keep Kansas in compliance with the streamlined sales and use tax agreement, which I think might be what you are referring to. And I think the tax on packages sold, the cents per bottle, was one that could be implemented to be in compliance.
And then may I ask one more question? Do we know if there are other states that have, I assume there are, if there are, do you know how many states have the water bottle tax?
Mr. Chair, Representative Vaughn, I don't remember off the top of my head, but I will look into it and I can send out that information.
That'd be great. Thank you. Thank you.
Just a follow-up, I assume one of the complexities, our sales tax has gotten pretty complex with removing some food and not other food. I suppose you haven't had that discussion, but it would be my thought that this is probably easier to implement now than it would have been in 2018, given all the changes and compensating use tax and all of that that's gone in place. So just food for thought. Are there any other questions on the bottled water piece of this? Representative Minix?
I just want to point out, based upon your testimony, residents of Kansas are spending $6.50 to $7 per gallon of water. And we think gasoline is high at $3.25 out west or $3.85 here in Topeka. I just think that illustrates a little bit the importance of water.
Ms. Kenyon?
Thank you, Chair. And I mean, I remember the Blue Ribbon Funding Task Force. That was, but why, I guess, if this was proposed, I guess I had an understanding as to why it didn't go through, or, I mean, can you provide a little history as to why this fell through?
Mr. Chair, Ms. Kenyon, I think it's mentioned in the report, but I don't know exactly where, and so I might need a moment to find it, or I can follow up.
Yeah, I'd be okay with follow-up unless somebody else has an answer, but thank you very much.
Chief Engineer Lewis?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So my memory of that, to answer, I think, maybe Lindsay's question earlier about the complexity of implementing it. I think at the time there was not necessarily inventory control systems at everybody that was selling bottled water, and so there was a question of, if you go buy it at Walmart, it's pretty easy for Walmart to pick out that product code and say, we're going to put 4 cents per bottle. But if you go to some of the maybe rural gas stations that don't have the same level of inventory control, could they implement that? That was one of the questions at the time. As far as how, and I see Karma trying not to get involved in the discussion. She was on the Blue Ribbon Task Force as we were putting that together. But as far as what, there was a number of options that were looked at, including this one. Ultimately, and as you may remember, some of you that have been around for a number of years, at that time, a couple of years before, an additional 1 cent or 1% sales tax had been put in place at the end of the Sebelius-Parkinson administration in order to deal with budget issues. At that time, there was supposed to be a sunset of that additional 1 cent. This was about a year or two in front of that 1 cent supposedly going off, which, as we all know, didn't happen. But the thought, which was brought as we were all struggling of how to wrestle with these different options, was to set aside a tenth of that 1 cent sales tax and dedicate to water, and then let the other 9/10 go away. So it was kind of a compromise position, as you might expect, looking at raising fees or adding new fees. There was always an interest group or a user group that was opposed to that, and this was seen as an alternative that people were already paying and would be more well supported.
Mr. Swati?
Just tacking along with it, and I was not on the Blue Ribbon Task Force. I attended the meetings, but I also feel like this was probably, and I'm putting this out there to be corrected for those of you on it if it's an incorrect memory, but it felt like to me this was probably the path of least resistance on the different ideas that they had toward funding. But then when the task force couldn't settle on a funding, then it was just like, let's not bother with anything. But that sort of serves my memory as this was probably the least problematic of the different ideas tossed out.
There's nothing wrong with the best worst idea. So, well, it's helpful, and you know, we're bringing all this forward now not necessarily because the co-chair and I decided these were the best ideas, but these were the ideas that were discussed, and we want to let's see, what do these numbers look like? This is good discussion for everybody. Why did we talk about this? What did it look like? And then that's the idea with revisiting this report. We've got some new ideas here as well, but the idea is just remember kind of where we've been since all this has been put together. So further questions on the bottled water issue? Okay. We will move next to talk about the sales tax portion of the 2018 report. Ms. O'Hara?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On this sad gray sheet, I didn't realize the color I had picked until just now. So we were asked to update the numbers on state sales and use tax, an increase in what that estimate would be if you increased the sales tax from 6.5 as it currently is by 0.1%, and then if you increased it from 6.5 to 7.5, 1%. And so on your sad gray sheet, it lists what those numbers would look like. And I want to note we received these numbers from the Department of Revenue, and we requested it as kind of a fiscal note, but it doesn't break down what would go to the State Water Plan Fund, what would go to the SGF. Doesn't go that far because there wasn't legislation tied to the request. So in looking at FY 2027, a 0.1% would be 61.4 million. And if you continue that out to 2031, that would be 74.5 million. At a 1% increase, that would be 614 million. And continued out through FY 2031, that would be 745.4 million. Now, these numbers are based on the consensus revenue estimating numbers that took place in April. And the CRE is a process, just real quick, where our office, KLRD, and the Division of the Budget, which is the governor's budget office, they get together, they talk with all sorts of different folks, economists, and they come up with what they think the state is going to generate in revenue in the coming year and a few out years. And we're very familiar with that process because my husband participates in it and I have to hear about it twice a year. So, but if there's any questions I can answer, please let me know.
Anybody, any questions about the sales tax amount? We thought it was just important to see what the updated numbers would look like. I'm sure we'll have some discussion about that, but this is the amount of revenue per tenth we'd be looking at. Okay, very good. The other issue that we had asked, the co-chair and I had asked for some research on, dealt with data centers and electricity usage, thinking of new industries that are now looking at Kansas that didn't exist really. The electricity obviously did in 2018, but not the data centers. So the idea here is just looking at some new users of water that have not been taxed maybe in the same way for different sources. So is Jill online? Okay. Would you like to do the electricity then first? Okay, so Ms. O'Hara will just talk a little bit about kilowatts of electricity exported. And Chair Minix, this was one of your requests. If you want to share any thoughts about your thinking on the data.
As the state has exempted things through the years, we've shrunk our tax base tremendously. And so I was looking at tax fairness and equity, and with data centers and the new explosion in renewable energies, wind, solar, and battery storage, I thought if they were taxed in an equitable manner to oil and gas, that would be a new revenue coming to the state to hopefully provide for some property tax relief for our residential, commercial, and industrial property taxpayers. And so I've heard this discussed in different places. I know there was a bill introduced in the Senate last year. I don't believe it went anywhere. And it was basically proposing a tax on the nameplate capacity. If you had a 2.8 gigahertz generator, it would be so much per gigawatt. And then the same thing on maybe something similar to a severance tax on any energy, especially that we export out of the state of Kansas, that we haven't really been receiving any revenue on. So part of it's the tax fairness and equity, and also a new source for the state of Kansas that we might be able to afford some of the things that we think are priorities.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so the question that we were asked was the number of kilowatts of electricity exported from Kansas production. I will say the legislature hears from the Southwest Power Pool usually every year. What they present to the committee is different from year to year. So what you have a front and back that has a map of the SPP territory in red. And these two slides came from their presentation to Senate Utilities on February 6, 2025. We did not get an updated version of this year in their presentation. SPP does keep their numbers very close to their vest, so we request numbers from them all the time, whether we get them or not, just kind of depends. So the red map, it shows you Kansas is third down, and it talks about the generation, import, export in that third column. And Kansas has a green 29%, meaning that the state exports about 29% of the energy that's generated. If you look on the back of that particular one, the graph to the right, I think, kind of shows you in bar chart time. So the first block of information is generation. So when we talk about generation, that means the electricity that is being generated through wind, through solar, through nuclear, through, you know, all your traditional coal, all those types of sources. The load is kind of the mauve beige block that you see there on the right. Load means that's the electricity that is needed. It's needed for the lights in the room, for the IT. And so, as you can see, there's a gap between generation and load. So that essentially is what is exported. I can't give you an exact number, but you can kind of see it with your eyes there. And that is just for 2024. That's the most updated information we have right now.
Any questions for Heather? Thank you. All right. Ms. Shelley, if you'd talk to us about fees on data centers and our usage of water.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. This will be short and sweet. This addresses the question, again, regarding potential water fees related to data centers and about water fees in general. In general, the few statutes that actually talk about water rates say they must be reasonable and they can cover costs. They're determined locally, and cities' classes of water users are not consistent for purposes of billing customers. The Kansas Supreme Court affirms setting rates is a legislative function, and the role of the courts is to determine only if things are unjust and unreasonable. And no other states appear to have enacted any statutes regarding water rates specifically for data centers. So there are some examples of the statutes in the, I'm sorry, I'm speaking from the gold one. There are a few statutes that do talk about water rates. They say, again, that the cities may fix those water rates, or that their delegated legislative body specifically for that utility may set the rate. It must be set by ordinance, or no, it does not need to be set by ordinance. It can cover various utilities, and there is in statute, nor shall there be discrimination among water users of like classes as to rates. And those water work rates may be sufficient to cover everything, including salaries, repairs, plant renewals, miscellaneous expenses, interest on the waterworks, and to maintain a reserve for emergency expenses. There's also two statutes that prohibit special rates for certain classes. Just looking at the rates, a few rates across the state, they do reference them in different classes. There's not like commercial, industrial for every set of water rates. And there's some examples in here of the various ones that I looked at. And also I would note that the Kansas Rural Water Association website publishes those rates. The Kansas Supreme Court opinions are stating that the role of the courts is limited to review of what is reasonable, and then the party saying it's unreasonable has the burden of proof. I've cited several various decisions on here, mostly related to the cities. A rate cannot be excessive or confiscatory, and that utilities are entitled to judicial protection against rates only when they become unreasonable. And the courts have no supervisory power of the legislative functions of municipality. People are entitled to judicial protection against excessive or confiscatory rates again. And the quantity of water is not the only factor that needs to be considered. They may consider the nature of the use, the benefit derived thereof, the number of persons wanting water for such use, and the effect of a certain method of determining prices on the revenues to be obtained in the interests of property owners. I found only one case that had to deal with rural water districts, and similar points are made in the opinion in that 1975 case. So the last bit of this memorandum concerns the very few other states' laws that I found that included both the term data center and water and had anything to do with the utilities thereof. An annual fee in Connecticut of up to $50,000 for administering and operating costs of the Office of Data Infrastructure Administration and Security. Minnesota requires an annual fee based on their demand in megawatts, which is not water. Montana has a special property class for qualified data centers for the first 10 years. South Dakota requires a provider of electricity to maintain separate terms and conditions for services applicable to data centers. And then Utah imposes reporting requirements on data centers regarding water use. With that, I'll be happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you. I think before we open up questions, Revisor Hamilton had some sort of parallel research on reasonableness of fees and when we can apply them. I'll have him give that information, and then we'll open it up to questions for both of you.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the task force. Yesterday, I started looking into the question of if there would be any possible legal issues of assessing sort of a separate targeted fee or tax on data centers, while Jill Shelley's memo is more focused on water rates issued by municipalities. Any fee or tax that specifically targets data centers could possibly be subject to an equal protection challenge. In the past, Kansas courts have evaluated the constitutionality of water rates, which we just discussed, under a rational basis test. The rational basis test is the most lenient standard of judicial review used by courts to determine the constitutionality of a government action. Under the rational basis test, the state must prove that it has a legitimate governmental interest related to, in this case, data center water usage. The state would also need to prove that this new fee is rationally related to that legitimate governmental interest. A new fee for data centers could be struck down if it is proven to be entirely arbitrary and to serve no conceivable public purpose. And as Mrs. Shelley said, regarding municipal water rates, the Kansas Supreme Court has ruled that discrimination in water rates to be unlawful must be unjust and unreasonable. I also noted that there are some fees in current law that would likely already be applicable to data centers, including the water protection fee. That's 3 cents per 1,000 gallons of water. That amounts remitted to the state water plan fund. The clean drinking water fee, 3 cents, that's again 3 cents per 1,000 gallons of water. Public water supply fee, that is 0.002 1,000 gallons of water sold at retail and delivered through mains, lines, or pipes. So that fee, and also the clean drinking water fee, wouldn't be applicable in situations where a data center is directly appropriating water from a stream or underground aquifer. They just apply in cases where they're getting their water from the public water supply. And then, again, there's water appropriation permit fees in that case that could apply to them. Water pollution control fees, and then sales tax. However, one thing to keep in mind with sales tax is that in 2025, the legislature enacted 74-50 COM 331 at SEEK and made some changes to the sales tax exemption statute that allows qualified data centers that meet statutory requirements to receive a sales tax exemption on eligible data center costs, which is defined in KSA 74-50 COM 331E to include expenditures for the operation of a qualified data center. The definition expressly does not include the cost of electricity. It's silent concerning water usage by data centers. It just raises the possibility that qualified data centers may not have to pay sales tax on water used to operate such data center. I'm not sure how the Department of Revenue will interpret that statute. Possible thoughts regarding new types of fees and taxes that I was asked to look into: franchise fees. Under KSA 12-2001, municipalities can currently assess franchise fees on certain utilities and telecommunication providers operating within municipal boundaries, but that statutory framework appears to focus on compensating cities for allowing utilities to use public rights of way. Perhaps the statute could be amended to somehow incorporate water used by data centers, but most cities own and operate their own water utilities. They would be exempt from that current framework, so that statute doesn't seem like a great fit. Under KSA 79-5401, Kansas used to assess a statewide franchise fee capped annually at $20,000, but it was discontinued after 2009. And then excise taxes generally. Franchise fee is actually a type of excise tax. An excise tax is a tax imposed on the performance of an act, be engaging in an occupation or the enjoyment of a privilege, as distinguished from an ad valorem tax, which is a tax imposed on the basis of the value of the article or the thing being taxed, like a sales tax. KSA 12-194 expressly prohibits cities and counties from imposing excise taxes, but the state could on a specific industry. And one random example I thought of was alcoholic beverages that are subject to an excise tax and an enforcement tax in lieu of a sales tax, in addition to various license and permits fees. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Kyle. So any questions on potential taxes or things in this realm, or utility fees or anything like that that you have? Representative Vaughn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question's for Kyle. So I guess twofold. So the sales tax exemption for data centers, that was for specific data centers that qualified for the exemption under the bill, right? It's not for all data centers?
That is correct.
Okay.
They have to fulfill various requirements, including requirements related to water conservation and usage.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. That's what I thought I remembered. And then the second, can you talk more about the excise tax? Obviously, I'm familiar, like the Sen tax with alcohol and things like that, but as it applies to the industry, can you just talk more about that as I'm thinking through, like, how could that potentially apply to something like data centers?
At this time, I don't have too much additional information to give you concerning excise taxes, not necessarily my bailiwick, but I can look into it. But alcoholic beverages was just the first thing that came to my mind, since that industry specifically has these additional types of taxes that other industries aren't necessarily subject to.
Okay. Thank you. And philosophically, based on the legislature's decisions, it may be in conflict with their decision to give sales tax exemptions. So I'm not sure if that's the way to go, but just kind of curious. So I appreciate that information. Thank you.
Shocked you would think the legislature's ever inconsistent. Would gas tax be another form of excise tax? Because that's a set fee, not a percentage, right?
I'd have to double check that.
Senator Fagg?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There are no statutory requirements for reviewing water rates.
So when's the last time that we've actually reviewed? When's the last time we've raised rates on that?
Water rates are set locally and not by the legislature, and I found no requirement that they review those rates at any particular period. Did I misunderstand the question?
Oh, I think maybe we could ask it a different way, but I think the reference is to contracts between municipalities and the state for reservoir water. If Director Owens or one of your staff would like to answer that question if they're able.
Yeah, just briefly, the Water Authority, one of their many duties is to approve the rates at which water is sold out of the reservoirs under contract with the state through the Water Office to the consumers. So that rate is set every year, and it was just set again 2 weeks ago at the Water Authority meeting. So yeah, Gary remembers that part.
Follow-up question. So if we set that every year, is there a formula to that, or how do we allow for inflation and that type of thing? So I was wondering, how do you set the rate?
I think I may call Matt or Victoria up to the podium to help get into a little more specifics, but the Water Authority has a Public Water Supply Committee that is composed of some Water Authority members. It's composed of stakeholders, including Evergy. I think Jared's on the Public Water Supply Committee. They meet and discuss whether they should increase it from the year before or not. And I think they're on a set tiered plan for increases, kind of like an increase for inflation sort of type plan. And that's typically what is done. It's very modest, but that's how they come, and the stakeholders and the Public Water Supply Committee do put their heads together and decide, is this an appropriate increase for us to do at this time? But it's anticipated and planned for because it's the same level of increase that is suggested as a starting point every year.
Director, does that money go into the O&M of the various reservoirs and our debt where we have it and things like that, or does it go into the water plan fund?
That money goes into helping for the reservoirs. That doesn't go into the state water plan fund. So, yeah.
Okay, further questions about taxes, fees, things of that? Yes, Mr. Morrison.
Yeah, I'll just add there are other ways for entities like this to get water as well, and not just through the contract process. They could also get a right and join through an assurance district. And in that case, you're buying storage space in a reservoir. So that's cost that's, I think, set by negotiation with the Water Office and the entities to actually buy space in a reservoir, not an annual fee. It's a little bit different structure, but there is other alternative ways.
Okay, well, we appreciate the presentations. Some context that just for the task force to think about of at least what was in my mind when we talked about setting this up. The idea here is we'll get the presentations from the agencies tomorrow about some of their costs projected and current and how what they think they would sort of need to meet future ideas and projections. But the path I think that will be most fruitful for this task force going forward is to, once we decide on the appropriate funding level to make a recommendation on, is to put together sort of a number of options for funding for the legislature to choose from. So whether that's, we suggest you rely heavily on a dedicated sales tax, or we think you should really relook at the bottled water fee at this rate and increase existing fees by this much, or something new on data centers, but sort of a buffet of options and maybe some suggested packages to balance that out. But that way we're sending options along with our targeted number rather than creating a narrow plan that sort of dictates the options, because even between now and the next legislative session, economic circumstances can change. So we want something that'll be flexible and something that we have the greatest chance of being successful moving forward with all of our plans. So I just ask you to keep that in mind as we think about sources and options and things like that. Representative Rajas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess I was assuming we would have a longer discussion on data centers. And so I don't necessarily want to open up that can, but I guess, is it appropriate as we look at moving forward? We're talking about the state water plan. Now, if this is all, if we're meeting these last 2 years to simply come up with, to raise a tax, I'm be very disappointed. But if any of you have been out of this room the last month especially, there's a hyper discussion on data centers, or data centers, wherever you are in the state, how you say that. But is that something that this committee should do a little bit more of a dive into, as far as not necessarily to make, but because of the role, we know that some right now are using water. There's a big discussion that water is why these should stop. I'm not saying one way or the other. I don't know if that's something we need to pursue more than simply, I mean, these were very good today, good knowledge to have, but is that the role of this committee to, at least from a water or a cooling standpoint, as we look at the state water plan, because technology is not going to become less in whatever this or the next iteration is. That's why, you know, Mr. Chair or co-chairs, what your thinking is. Again, I'm not looking to go down the rabbit trail. I just think we probably ought to have a discussion more than, well, we discussed the funding of how much you could possibly raise, rather than, you know, because that's a policy thing that people that aren't as accustomed to the work we've done, I don't know. I'm throwing that out there before we get into the larger discussion. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Representative. I think that's sort of spot on. In looking at, you know, data centers got added. They're on everyone's mind. That's especially if there's one in your area. But the idea is they do use water. One of the most common critiques of them is how much water used by people that have issues with them. And so, to me, there was an obvious nexus here that we needed to look at. We broadened it a little bit with some of the electricity use, because those are one of the impacts. So whether it's, the two ways to look at it is, they're using water, it's a concern to people. Perhaps there's an opportunity to expand water plan funding here, because this wasn't a discussion 10 years ago when this was last talked about. And then the other piece is, this simply, it is a new industry for the most part in the state, at least on the scale that is coming in. And so that's also why I asked the reviser to look at some of the broader ability for fees. Is this an area, you know, states like Colorado have looked at gambling and marijuana and oil for their water plan. And so is this an area we want to look at, to make recommendations, at least? To your point, do we want to strongly say we ought to take this new industry and do this to it? No, probably not. But is it something that we ought to vet in future meetings? I think absolutely. Yeah. Further thoughts and discussion on data centers or other funding forces? So I think as we also, as I said, we move forward, we'll get another big piece of this right. We can get some closer to setting a target and then sort of build back into that. But it made sense to fit this in here this afternoon. I think one of the things tomorrow is to tentatively work on a number, and then at one of our future meetings, I don't think today and tomorrow we'll sort out, these are the funding sources we like. But now that you have the information, we can look at where that final number is going to land that we think is reasonable, and we can discuss that as well. So the idea is to we're rolling into that funding discussion. We won't be necessarily solving or making firm recommendations, but do think about, I would like more information on these sort of fees, these sort of uses, and if you have other creative ideas that you'd like to have research look at between today and tomorrow in the next meetings, this would be an appropriate time to be thinking about these. So. With that, further discussion on revenues to support the water plan, just in general. Co-Chair Minix, anything you'd like to add? Okay. All right, easy enough. Well, this moves us to, and thank you to staff for pulling all that together. It was sort of a shotgun approach of questions from the co-chairs on different ideas there. But you did a nice job with that, so we appreciate that as always. We have open discussion time now, and the idea here is to sort of talk about the two proposals, everything in between the two proposals for the structure of our planning process, what that needs to look like statutorily. So with that, I would open it up if anyone would like to share some of their thoughts on what we heard today to start the conversation, or we can nominate the co-chair to open up discussions as well. Director Owen, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Everybody's kind of slowed down after lunch. There was a lot of momentum going on this morning. I have a number of thoughts to share. The first of which is I really appreciate the time and effort that the work group has put into this, including Dr. Metzger, who's not in the room. And there could hardly be a more important effort than what we're all engaged in right now. Obviously, that's near and dear to my heart and my career. I want to mention what I see as a controlling concern, which is tied to unintended consequences. So as a lawyer, I'm trained to look for pitfalls and unintended consequences. And the two proposals that we have before us, in my view, politicize water. And if there's been one thing in my career I've been trying to see didn't happen, it is to politicize water. I think we should keep politics out of water management to the extent possible. It's not possible to do it 100%, but it's certainly something that we need to strive for. And I think that was reflected, I know that was reflected in the Water Appropriation Act in making the role of the chief engineer in the classified service so that the decision on water rights could not be a political football. And what I see with the DNR proposal is extremely political because you take all the local voices out of it and you're left with an agency that's headed by a governor's appointee. And I think part of the resistance to reorganization over the years has been, do you really want all of that authority over water in the hands of one person? So I see that, I think, and I've thought over the years that reorganization has its benefits. There are ways that it could be done in a beneficial way. I'm not sure this is the mechanism for doing it, and I'm not sure it's the time to do it. We're in the middle of administrations. We don't know, obviously, what's going to happen next. And the other proposal I see as, although it brings in and strengthens and seeks to empower the RACs, which I appreciate very much. Who's at the top? Where do their recommendations go? And as I read the statute, the draft statute, not the summary, but the draft statute, the small group of legislators at the top of this approve their recommended plans. They don't take the recommended plans and go champion them and educate the other legislators, which sounds like a great idea, which is why I'm saying unintended consequences. But if you have legislators at the top that are going to decide what's in the plans, then it's planning and implementation. They're not separated, and planning decisions will be in the hands of a few select legislators. There's a reason that there are executive branch agencies full of scientists and hydrologists and all kinds of engineers and smart people to come up with this kind of content. This isn't simple stuff. And if you have legislators who are in charge of approving those plans, they're going to be the ones to determine what is it they're going to go take to the legislature? What is it they're going to go educate across the street? That silences the local voices. If you have legislative decision at the top, then the process will devolve into what are the recommendations going to be? The question will be, what are those legislators at the top likely to take across the street? and it flips the process. So I think it really has a risk of rendering the local voices irrelevant. And the local voices is something that is in our DNA. And I did a little bit of research looking into things before today. And it should come as no surprise to pretty much everybody here, certainly those that have been around a long time, that the local voices are something that have been emphasized and insisted upon in water management throughout this state's history. Earlier in this task force process in Dodge City, I referred to and subsequently shared with the task force the 1966 Kansas Water Resources Board report. As you may know, that entity was the precursor to the Water Office and the Water Authority. And I shared the 1978 Governor's Task Force report on water. The 1966 report said, sound development and the use of water resources in Kansas depends upon teamwork between local, state, and federal entities. Local is listed first. It says the local people are closest to the problems and the potential posed by water, and much of the task of water planning and conservation lies with individuals and local communities. The 1978 Governor's Task Force report recommended that increased attention be given to the use of the state water plan as the state's expression of policy. This was a new thing then, to really focus on the state water plan as the state's basic expression of policy on subjects relating to conservation, planning, development, and management of the state's water resources, and the principal means of assuring continuous coordination of the research, regulatory, developmental, and operational activities of the various state water agencies and local water entities. The 50-year vision, which has been mentioned earlier, and some of you were involved with that Governor Brownback spearheaded. At the beginning, it said, following are 4 guiding principles that directed the development of the vision document. These guiding principles will continue to serve as precepts for the implementation of the action items. Number 1, locally driven solutions have the highest opportunity for long-term success. Therefore, the intentional focus of the action items presented in the vision are to provide the necessary tools and support to allow for greater flexibility and management of water resources at the local level. The vision further said, keys to successful implementation of the vision include agreement among the majority of stakeholders on the goals Kansas and its citizens are trying to achieve. The goal-setting process in this document calls upon Kansans to meet, discuss, and determine the goals for their region. The leadership of the Kansas Water Authority is critical to the development of these goals and must hold stakeholders accountable in meeting them. It further said leadership at the local level is most critical. Local decision makers must listen to their constituents while at the same time balancing the future needs of their communities. And one more document I'll reference as our little march through history. In tandem with the 50-year vision, as we've just heard, was the Blue Ribbon Funding Task Force report in 2017. And from the executive summary of that, it talked about how often the task force had met, what they talked about. They talked about they were evaluating overall financial needs to implement the long-term vision for the future of water, current revenue sources and alternatives, and to develop a recommendation to the governor and the legislature in 2017. The task force at that time came to the consensus that roughly $55 million was going to be needed annually. Actual projections will vary from year to year, And it says, "The Kansas Water Authority remains the appropriate entity to make budgetary recommendations in concert with the Governor's Water Resources Subcabinet on priority projects and programs." So my two main points are we need to preserve local voices in a meaningful way. This needs to be our water management, water policy, planning, and ultimately moving into implementation. We need bottom-up, not top-down. We need local voices, local experts, those who know. Yes, of course we need research, we need experts, we need the state entities, the agencies, the academic institutions, the researchers. We need all that, absolutely. But we will have to face the question of funding. We always will. There is no way to avoid that. Every state agency has to go before the legislature and justify what they're requesting and ask for the money. We fight that fight every year, and it's a very chaotic, difficult, compressed, crazy process. But that's the process we have. We have two different branches of government involved in that process, three really, with the executive, legislative, and the judicial. But the executive, the state agencies, is separate from the legislative branch. Putting a small group of legislators in charge of the budget recommendations of an executive branch agency makes no sense. I don't know where else that's done in the state. The way this system works is the executive branch comes to the legislature and makes a request for money and has to justify it. And the legislature, in their wisdom and their priorities, makes a decision. Now, bringing those two more closely together is absolutely what we need. There is a gap. There is a disconnect. The disconnect is, for many, many, many political reasons that we all live with, it's also a function of time. We need to educate legislators more, but we need time to do it. We do not have, we don't magically educate better just because 5 more legislators are involved, right? We need to find a way for there to be the time to talk, the time to educate. Perhaps legislators need to be in an ex officio role with the Water Authority. We were kind of moving already in that direction, having Senator McGinn on the Water Authority. It's been really, really, really helpful to have her and have her expertise and have her perspective. So maybe what we need to do is not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Maybe we need to improve what we have. Everything can use improvement. But maybe we think about legislators having ex officio roles on the Water Authority. Maybe to enhance some local RAC empowerments, we have, make sure GMDs have managers on there. We have a lot of GMD board members and managers that are on our RACs. I would draw your attention in your materials that would have been sent out. There was just one single item that was sent out separately, but it was a letter from the Water Authority. And I want to make sure that you all have an opportunity to take a look at that, and I feel obligated to make sure that I point that out. The Water Authority passed at their meeting last week a letter to this group that describes the value of the Water Authority, the value of the RACs, and on the back side, the second sheet, I'm trying to find my copy of it, is a chart. Thank you, Heidi. So, there's a letter from the Water Authority to this task force explaining and educating about what the Water Authority does, the value they bring, and a value that the RACs bring. The second page is a table, front and back. And it is a table of every single one of the 14 regional advisory committees. The table delineates specific projects and initiatives they have determined and identified as priorities for their area. This also ties them to how does it implement the state water plan. The planners with the Water Office and all of these RAC members have been working very hard over many months to move into implementation and develop this information. There seems to be an assumption that the RACs don't do much. And they sit around and look at each other and say, well, what do you want to do? There's a lot of work that happens here, and these are volunteers. And they take time out of their jobs and their days to come and actually try to bring their expertise and help move things forward. And this chart demonstrates that they have been hard at work and they are moving into recommending implementation. They are identifying projects and priorities. So this work is getting done. And it's a little concerning to me that this kind of information, the what is actually happening, has not been considered in the process of developing these proposals. This work group, all experts in their own right, none of them works at the Water Office. None of them knows what we're doing, how hard we're working, what we're actually engaged in, the progress that we're making, and we haven't been asked to provide that input. So the proposals that have been generated that are before you today are completely in a vacuum, and some of it is based on inaccurate information and assumptions that just aren't true. Some of it is based on unrealistic expectations about what could be accomplished. And again, I'm talking, as I did at the beginning, unintended consequences. I know they're good faith efforts, very, very well intentioned. But when you look at some of the timeline here of when these RACs are supposed to develop their plans, they're supposed to develop 5-year plans every year. If any of you have been involved in a group that's trying to develop something like that, it's a big job, and it's all you're going to get done. And 4 meetings a year, and then they're supposed to give that to the Water Office to provide all the technical information needed to flesh it out and prepare for implementation. Well, we currently don't have that kind of capacity, and we'd certainly need the involvement of KDA, DWR, KDHE, the Geological Survey, and others. And to have these plans submitted to the Water Office in March, and we have 90 days to provide all that information for what could be 14 plans, is impossible. And then for every year, for these plans to be finalized by the Water Office and presented to this group of legislators by September 15 is just beyond Herculean. And what the work group may not have noticed or remembered, September 15 is the date that our budget submittals are due to the governor's office. So we are deep, deep, deep. At that point in time, Karma knows, we are deep, deep, deep at that point in time in getting our budget submittals ready. So this is unrealistic. It's not to say that this kind of thing shouldn't happen. Absolutely. I'm in favor of the accountability. We're in it. We're doing it. Look at this chart. But to adopt the specifics in these proposals before you, I would say, please, let's take a step back. Think about the things that you really want to have happen. What is really important to you in this process? And let's work toward that and putting together a plan, a structure, if you will, that keeps the best of what we need. And maybe we do need to improve some things, but neither one of these is the way to go. And for heaven's sake, let's make sure that we're not politicizing the process. So thank you for letting me have a very long soapbox, Mr. Co-Chairs.
Thank you, Director Owen. I think we all can appreciate the sentiment about local control, and you make some very good points. One question I would ask, if you're willing to discuss, is I look at the chart from the Water Authority, and I see all the opportunities to be addressed, and this is a great list, but in my years of having a couple years of budgets, none of this information is available to the legislature when we look at the budget, or it's not given to us, and none of the agencies come and say, here's the dollars we're spending to provide increased funding for Aqua to further characterize nitrate conditions, and we don't get that information broadly. We don't get that specifically. None of the agencies list this in their performance-based metrics of what they're accomplishing. Those are all just vague spreadsheets that don't reference any of this. And so again, to understanding your point and wanting to preserve as much of that intent as possible, but how do we go from all of this is supposedly here and happening, but we don't find out about any of it? Like, where do you see the disconnect, and where is the current system not working to bring these deliverables to bear in a meaningful way?
That's a really great question, and that's something that we struggle with. And a couple things. Keep in mind, in developing this chart, we're at the beginning of implementation, right? So you would not have seen dollar amount requests for these things specifically yet. This is the beginning of, we need to be asking for these things. But it is, and I don't want to speak for my partner agencies here, but in presenting our budgets to the legislature, that do include the Water Authority's recommendations on how to spend the State Water Plan Fund, it's very frustrating because, for one thing, the State Water Plan Fund is confusing to the appropriation committees because it's a single fund, but 3 different agencies mostly spend money out of the fund. And so we have to present our component of the fund separately. And the way it's delineated now, roughly there are about 35 line items, roughly. And in the time that legislators have to wrap their minds around all the information that floods in on them, we try to provide information on what are all those things. It's hard to absorb that. We do put that in the Water Authority's annual report every year as to what we've done with these line items and how we've spent them. So the information is available, but again, my question of the time, it's really hard to communicate. Before last year, we had 15 minutes to present our budget to committees. And this last year, we didn't have any because the agencies weren't allowed to present their budgets. So we didn't have the opportunity to educate you, much less answer questions. So maybe a collaborative approach to how do we improve that open communication. I think we'd all be very open to that.
Thank you. Senator Fagg?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Connie, thank you for your presentation. This is kind of changing the subject a little bit. When I looked at this chart, the structure, and it says Kansas Department of Natural Resources, I'm thinking there's more natural resources in Kansas other than water. So I'm wondering if, as you look at that structure, that's only one piece of that goes into that. So I didn't know if you guys had any conversation on that at all. Oil and gas comes into this. I think Oklahoma has natural resources, but they got a lot of other stuff in there. And then how you go from there and go down would be kind of an interesting thing. So I don't have a problem with the cabinet spot. The question is what actually goes into that. So does anybody want to comment on that before I move on to something else?
Sure, Chris Badel. We talked mostly about bringing in the Division of Environment from KDHE as the rest of the environment or natural resources part, but that was where it ended, really. So,
okay.
But certainly open to other suggestions or ideas.
Director Gleason,
Yeah, this was low on my list of comments or questions that I had about the proposal, but I agree that the naming convention is a little bit off. Typically across states, when there's a DNR, it includes wildlife and parks as a natural resource. And an agency like this, as they envisioned it, would be something like the Kansas Department of Water and Environment. That's how I would suggest naming it if we did do that route, although, you know, that's for you all to decide. But DNR, yes, I agree, would include at least, at the very least, wildlife and parks, and maybe oil and gas, but that's another discussion.
Mr. Chairman, when I look at the green and the blue, has anybody looked at the actual cost? That's just the structure of the green and the blue as far as all the full-time employees and just kind of get a feel of what kind of money's involved. Money becomes kind of an important issue in all this, so I didn't. How would you envision that? Is it going to be better or worse? What's your thought?
Well, we envisioned it would be better. We envisioned that the full-time employees wouldn't change that much. It's the same, it's basically the same agencies reconfigured. There's no additional agencies. Anyway, no additional agencies, same people. What was the rest of your question? Sorry.
No, that's basically it. The cost of the green or the blue for the structure of it.
I don't have a good answer for the blue, I don't think.
Tom, you got anything on that? You agree with that?
Again, the styles, not really. I mean, we were focused primarily on process with an eye toward what is more effective. In my mind, I could see this as a zero-sum game, that instead of directing staff toward their current, what they're currently doing and chasing down a number of the RAC committee meetings or attending the authority and all that, it begins to be rerouted to serve a state house-oriented authority to do that. I don't know that I'm looking at it as much from the cost side as much as the benefit side of what is being lifted up to present itself as the plan. And I think one thing that both proposals are trying to accomplish is to become a little more effective in removing unnecessary layers that don't add a lot of value to the end product that is coming forth. I think Director Owen points out something well, that for the planning effort, really, and maybe the proposals the one proposal didn't do an adequate job, really the end spot for that lies with the Water Office. They develop and approve the water plan, but then they take it forth in terms of what is being proposed for implementation, along with the other sister 8 water agencies, to go forth into this, again, state house-oriented authority to have the discussion of what rises to priority efforts that are going to then come into both the executive, the governor's budget recommendations and the appropriation process, as well as introduction of any necessary legislation. So regrettably, Senator, no, I haven't run the cost of that. I'm probably being somewhat of a Pollyanna on here, but it was toward a quest for more efficiency so that the costs shouldn't escalate. They should be at least hold even with maybe a better return on investment in terms of the end product.
Chairman. Thank you. Just a thought that I was throwing down here was who benefits and who pays. That becomes a big issue, folks. And we could talk on that for a while. That gives us something to think about tonight. The other thing, money doesn't grow on trees, and I can tell you that they're looking for ways to cut expenses. So that's the environment we're looking into going, and we can make a laundry list of things that's needed in this world, so that makes it kind of tough. One last thing, Mr. Chairman, on watershed contracts. How many watershed contracts do we have in Kansas? Does anybody know?
So you're talking about watershed districts and then
Yes.
reservoirs. So I think there's 75, give or take, active watershed districts in the state of Kansas, and on the order of about 1,500 dams that are run or organized within a watershed district.
Okay, so the thing that I lay awake and worry at night, in those contracts, the one I read is the state's responsible for maintenance. And then we go out and some of these are in bad shape. And if we're required, that's a number that might be hanging out there. I wish somebody would make me feel better about that, so.
Well, I'll try. I would say that ultimately, the watershed district is a local unit of government organized under state statute. It is a taxing entity. They are the one that is responsible for O&M officially and the owner of the dam. But as you correctly, I can only give you some comfort here because ultimately a lot of those were built with state or federal dollars, and there is going to be some tie back to the state at some level. But ultimately, it's the local district that is the primary responsible party.
But the state has a contingent liability to that then?
You'd have to get to one of the attorneys on that one.
Okay.
Ms. Kenyon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I kind of wanted to go back to what kind of Connie's discussion there, and I really, from what I heard there, I'm kind of really hopeful in the direction in the initiation for change coming from, the water office and the water authority, as a whole, and I think that change needs to happen, otherwise we wouldn't be here, but I don't think that we necessarily need to completely redo the whole organization and the agencies, but definitely need to look at maybe reorganizing some things. And I really have to, the GMDs, and we go back to that local buy-in, I think we all kind of agree on that. And the GMDs really appreciate, and I will speak for all of us here, in that we appreciate the House Water Committee for the voice. We do get to show up during legislative session and tell them what we're doing, how we're doing it, and champion for us. And that's awesome. That could go away though, if the House Water Committee goes away and things, and we appreciate those. But others, on the racks in different areas there do not have that voice like we do. But then again, they don't have the authority or the statutory responsibility that the GMDs either. And I do believe that's where a lot of the problem is there's a disconnect between that local voice and maybe what gets championed on up through the system. And so how do we get that voice, to the legislature, who's responsible for, dishing out these monies so that can happen. So I really do appreciate the chart, as far as what's going on, from the water authority, and this definitely shows you the regional voices and what they feel is important and what they want to work on. So I just really kind of wanted to throw my opinions out there as far as what I think, just to keep the conversation going. And then I don't think we need to reorganize all of the agencies and throw them all into something, but I do think change needs to happen. And maybe beginning with the water authority and some things on the water, office, and focusing on those regional advisor committees might be a good place to start. Thank you.
Representative Vaughn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think building on that and what Director Owens kind of was talking about, as I was thinking about this, I'm glad, we started with the problem statement. So what is it that we're actually trying to solve? And then as we're hearing about both of these models, I think the thing that's missing in between is what are the suggested solutions in terms of, is it really about the structure? Is the structure broken, or is the current process improvable? And I think from what I've heard today, it could be the latter. You know, we've talked about this concept in both presentations about regionalism, about doing more strategic regional planning, whether that's through the RACs and having them improving how that's currently done in terms of structuring conversations around the regional planning that's happening at the state level. So getting their input on the regional plans and then having that be what's guiding the water planning process and having the water authority weigh in on that and the water office implement it. You know, I think that's something that's a process that could be potentially improved. That we're already working towards, that the water office is already working towards, that we've dedicated funding towards. And I think that addresses a lot of these underlying challenges that we're talking about here, is how do we improve the process so that the water agencies can create a more compelling deliverable to get legislators to buy in and fund what needs to be funded for the water plan, and to improve and to have a long-term sustainable water funding plan in Kansas, which is the second challenge both of these plans, I think, attempt to address, is how do you get legislative buy-in, or in the other case, I think it's more just agency authority or power to recommend that kind of a budget. But, you know, I think that's a bigger conversation. You know, maybe it is putting ex officio members on the water authority. Maybe it's having an ongoing interim or task force committee. But I think just giving them ultimate approval of whatever is recommended in the state water plan is a really slippery slope that I hope we continue to have people who are really engaged and legislators who would make those decisions magnanimously. But unfortunately, that's not always how politics works. And I just think that that is potentially dangerous. So are there ways that we could increase efficiency of the Kansas Water Authority? Should we look at the membership? You know, are there ways to improve the strategic conversations around, you know, if we want it to be regionally based or based on the regional plans, is that in having that inform the state water plan, is that how that's done? But the other thing that really wasn't talked about today in terms of the responsibility of the water authority is not just their responsibility to recommend a budget to the governor and the legislature, but it's also to make policy recommendations. And there are really important things that the water authority has done in that regard. In particular, you know, making a policy statement that we're going to stop this planned depletion of the Ogallala Aquifer. You know, that was something that changed the course of conversations we had in our committee, I think in the general public, and it was a meaningful policy decision that they made. And so what happens to that authority of the KWA if this structure change happens? So, you know, that's something else I wondered about. So I guess that's the kind of the question I put forth. You know, I've also, as I mentioned, always supported reorganization, but I don't think this model of we're going to reorganize to take a heavy-handed approach to fixing water issues, when I think water issues are actually really, I mean, they're complex and multifaceted, and I think a simple solution is not going to solve the many challenges that come with that. And I think by excluding local input, you're going to have less local buy-in and ultimately less public trust, which I think is the opposite of what is being attempted in that model. But I think just based on my experience that would probably be the result. So I like aspects of each model, but I think that in going directly to changing the structures of these models, we're kind of missing the bigger conversation about what are we trying to fix? Can we fix that in our existing structures, or do we really need to take the step of completely changing them? So that would be something I'd like to discuss further, or also get other people's thoughts on.
Thank you. Mr. Swati.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple of quick anecdotes and just driving at sort of what I would like to see out of this group. So I worked at an ag nonprofit for a while, and it had been funded largely by local donations, which was great. But then we started soliciting donations from billionaires And we had one billionaire that suddenly committed $22.5 million if we could find somebody else to match that. And in 2 months, we found another billionaire that matched that. And so in a matter of 3 months, we'd raised $45 million and forever changed the trajectory of the ag nonprofit. I say that because as we try to squeeze the state turnip for money, we're never going to get there. Like, we know, we have the report every year of the requests from the municipalities requesting funds. We can't get there. There is another layer of government that can deficit spend. And we can't entirely depend on them, but they can get there. And so, for example, if we were to put our efforts into some federal funds, let's say we magically all agree on a way to get $50 million at the state level annually, which I would ambitiously love to think that's going to happen, but that's going to be a stretch. But let's say we get $50 million annually here at the state level. If we went to the federal government coordinated with an idea with our federal delegation and got $1 billion, that erases 20 years of turnip squeezing at the state level to achieve probably, as long as it's structured correctly, the same way. And I say all of that going back to my limited experience at the administrative level, at the state level, where I can see some strengths in coordinating into one state agency. I also, at the time, and I think they have it now too, but we had the Natural Resources Subcabinet when I was there, and so we met weekly, and I actually wish that the entire state could have learned what I learned from Secretary Mike Hayden at the time. It was a crash course in natural resource policy. So it can work either way. The one place where the subcabinet, I thought, did not do well is coordinating that effort. And I say that because at the same time we were at the state level pushing for NBAF, and I've talked about this before at this committee level. When the state made its run for the National Bio and Agri-Defense Facility, it was a completely coordinated effort across state agencies, across the administration, and across the federal delegation, and it worked really well. That's a whole lot of tangential information to get to my point, which is my fear is as long as we stay somewhat dispersed and sort of public driven, it is hard to coordinate those federal style efforts. I see some real strength in having a very clear coordinated group with strong authority that can then take those arguments to the federal government, because no matter what policy direction we end up going, we're going to have a hard time funding it at the state level, really hard. And I'm not just saying, well, we should go to the feds and they'll bail us out. But that works all the time in 49 other states on lots of different things. And if we were coordinated, we could really direct some federal dollars to absolutely national priority issues that we have within our state. But it's going to take a central coordinated group, in my opinion, to get us there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Chief Engineer Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Thought I'd give you my thoughts here real quick, just on how I see the discussion, and I appreciate both Ms. Kenyon and Representative Bond pointing out we've got some things to improve on. I agree. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here today. We've all got other things that we could be doing today and not be sitting here, but this is very important. So as I think about this, and I think Chris laid it out, we've been talking about the same issues for a number of years. Our problems are not solved. We have made progress on some of them. We've got a long way to go. So I think the question is, how do we do better than we're doing today? And I kind of think about it from the proposals being put forward. I'd like many folks have said, I like some of one and some of the other, and putting them together, I think maybe there's some things to work in the middle. I think about it from 3 different levels. One is the agency organization. One is the interaction or influence, the education with the legislature in the political body. And then the third, which probably is the most, folks have the most emotional connection to, which is how do we get local input? And how do we value that? What does that really mean? So I will say, from just kind of taking those in order, to me, I am a huge advocate for reorganization. And I think whether you call it water and environment or natural resources, I think that's incredibly important. I have been around, as you can tell, because I answer a lot of questions about things that happened in the past. I've been around this for a long time, and I've been in some level of leadership during 2 different administrative changes or administration changes. The chance that water is going to be at the same level of priority with the new administration as it is with this or with the legislature and new legislative leadership is not high. That's certainly been our case. We're kind of in a golden era of water priority in the state of Kansas. But to expect that that's going to last 12 months from now is folly. And so how do we put structure in place that makes sure that that continues by force, if you will, by structure? As Connie correctly pointed out, we're the 3 main agencies, and obviously they're the 3 ex officios sitting here today. We know we've got 2 cabinet secretaries, but Health and Environment Secretary is not focused primarily on environment. The Agricultural Secretary is not primarily focused on water. I think both Secretary Stanek and Secretary Beam have been very supportive and very engaged, but again, I've seen it where that's not the case. And Connie, while being appointed by the governor, is not at the cabinet level. She does not attend cabinet level meetings. So most of the time, you don't have anybody sitting in the room in a governor's cabinet that talks about water, that thinks about water every day. And I can't tell you how valuable that is. It is really invaluable. And like Josh said, I've been involved in sub-cabinet. That's been a step forward, but it is not enough, right? We need to have somebody that is engaging in that every single day, that's their primary responsibility of the administration under a governor is to make sure that water issues are taken care of. I think that is the biggest structural issue. And if we had one thing that I said, that if we get one thing done, that's the one thing to me. The second, I think, goes along with that somewhat. We have not had a great connection with the legislature. Again, it's kind of been, if we've had legislative leaders, and again, and I appreciate Representative Minix, pointing out we had 4 of the people that are sitting around the table were involved with 2302 and 2279. Tremendous steps forward, but there's not always a House Water Committee. And again, it's legislative leadership. What's it going to be like in 12 months? I don't know, and you don't know either yet, right? What's their priorities going to be? And so, I think Connie mentioned having Carolyn McGinn on the Water Authority, and again, I've been around for forever, so Representative Tom Sloan was on the Water Authority many years ago. And both of those brought unique ability to explain how that process worked and then be able to carry things back to the legislature. Whether or not, having 9 of them that essentially sit as the Water Authority is the right model, I don't know if I agree with that completely, but having continued statutory legislative engagement on an ongoing basis, I think, is very important. And putting those 2 together, I think Connie mentioned we only get 15 minutes. I don't know how much time KDHE spends on the State Water Plan Fund when they do a budget presentation. Department of Ag doesn't spend very much time on it. And so the fact that we're saying the legislature doesn't know what's going on, and then we split up the budget into 3 different 5-minute segments and wonder why things don't change, it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. Now, I would say on the other side of that, folks that say, well, we shouldn't be bringing more legislators into the discussion, more politicizing. I would say we're already politicizing, and the legislature is dictating the Water Plan Fund today. Right? We've got things that are $100,000, $75,000 in a $50 million fund. And I think if you look at any other fund or any other agency, you don't have this much legislative dictation on exactly how the funds are spent. That's an inefficient way to run a fund in a government, in my opinion. I've railed against this for a long time. We need to go the other way, not make this more complicated. Now, does that mean that, and I think that's the question of what is the role of the legislators on that panel? Do they make recommendations? Do they take this list and go to the broader legislature? Do they make those decisions themselves? I think that's an open question, but I don't think this is the right answer. right? This limits us so many times to trying to get federal dollars. We see a federal opportunity come up, it may be in the wrong funding line, and we can't access it. We miss so many opportunities. And so the third piece is how do we get local input? I don't think anybody is disagreeing that we need to have local input. The way we do that, and what is the role of that local input? Who makes that decision? I think part of our problem today is we're kind of a half in, half out on local input or local decision making, especially when it comes to the planning process. Do we go to the RACs and say, here's what you think you ought to do, what do you think? You know, I think a local role for them is problem identification, local input on whether a state project or recommendation makes sense locally, kind of a vetting, and then advocacy, trying to get support for a broader set of goals. The Texas model is you say, we're going to give you $1 million, you go figure it out and come back with a plan. That's kind of the opposite end. We can do that. Or we can say, how do we want to empower those folks and be very clear about what we want? Because I don't think oftentimes, and again, I can blame myself for as much as this as anybody, I don't think we're very clear on what we want from the RACs and often what we want from the Water Authority. One more thing, and see Shannon nodding and your comments earlier about the GMDs and involvement in the planning. I would say the fact that we are split into 3 different agencies, you know, we spend a lot more time, I think, with the GMDs than certainly KDHE and the Water Office does. KDHE is going to spend more time with local health departments and those kind of things. We get feedback. Sometimes that feeds into the water plan process, and sometimes it doesn't. And so I think there's a disconnect on the planning. If we have a good discussion with Shannon and have an idea that maybe really ought to be wrapped into the planning process, if we're not actively thinking about how do we bring it into the planning process because we're in another agency, it doesn't get done. And so I think all those things, to me, lend to the argument that you really need to have a different structure, especially with the agencies, and maybe a different structure with the Water Authority. One last thing on the Water Authority, I do think they bring a lot of value, but I also recognize they were created in 1981, and for the most part, the membership hasn't changed that much. We've added a few folks here and there. But if we think about the people that were influential in water planning and in the legislature in 1981, that's probably who's on the Water Authority. But who's influential in the State House now, who makes things get done, may not be the same as who's on the Water Authority. I think that's part of our disconnect. So I do think we have a lot of opportunity to improve here. And again, I think there's opportunity from both propositions here.
Mr. Jansen?
That might help, thank you. And not only him, but others who said, what are we getting done? What's next? What projects are getting done? And to what you showed there, Senator Titus, we had all this information and all these things we saw happening behind the scenes, but it didn't go much farther than that. So there is a disconnect. I think there's lots of things that we've talked about today that are good that can be done. 14 racks is probably too much. I mean, from my experience and overseeing a large public utility, it's not the best comparison, but you have to be careful about how many interest groups get involved because it's a recipe for not getting anywhere. I want to tag on to something that Chris talked about, that I talked about at one of our very first meetings. I have a long history in transportation and working with KDOT, and we can acknowledge that looking at the state's highway system and what we're talking about with water are not the same. I agree with that, but I will contend, because I saw it from the inside out, that the process that was put in place with the rolling 2-year program, it worked, and it worked extremely well. I can remember many years ago going to what KDOT considered a local consult meeting at that time. And they kind of left it open and said, come in and tell us what you see as the needs, what you want to do. There were communities that literally brought buses of people to these meetings and put as many stickers on a board as they could. And I remember the secretary at the time saying, well, that's good. We're glad people showed up, but that's not how this is going to work. A bit disingenuous to say, come tell us what you want, even though that's not what we're going to necessarily do. And I'm not assuming that's what's happening here. I agree, what I think I heard Chris and Stephanie both say, this has got to be more agency-driven. And to Earl's point, and I think getting to what Josh talked about, if we're ever going to have an opportunity on the federal level, bottom up is great, but it can't be bottom up only. Somewhere in the middle, you've got to meet bottom up and top down, and I think this has got to be more agency-driven. I have been to a lot of water authority meetings. I've been to RAC meetings. I happen to sit on the board of GMD2. And I see and hear a lot of different interests and desires from all those groups, and that is really, really hard to pull all that together. That is a great list that you referenced, but we're still not getting anywhere with that list to speak of. We're making progress. Connie talked about it. The regional planning process, I think, is headed in the right direction. I think there has to be more agency-driven effort behind that to get where we need to get to. I would just say that I still think KDOT had a great model. It's something the process, the rolling 2-year process. Last thing I'll say on that is it used to be KDOT would have a 10-year plan. If you didn't get in for 10 years, you were out. To Representative Minix, your comment about KDOT has a funding source, but that's also because they were able to identify their needs. I'm confident from what I've heard KDOT, as they start to look at the next highway bill in the next 3 to 5 years, they're going to use this exact same process to identify their need. I don't think we've gotten real close on the water side to truly identifying what the need is, and I realize that's our goal here. I'm stating the obvious, but that process, driven by an agency, I like what Earl talked about too. I think that a consolidation probably makes sense. I think that needs to happen more. We're in what I do every day on my job as the director of a large public utility. Public engagement is huge, but we've also come to learn that doesn't mean we ask people to create a list of what do you want us to do, or we'll never get there. And we have to go out and say, here's where we're starting. Here's the reason why we're starting here. Let's go from there. That's what KDOT's done, and I think that's why it's worked so well. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments, discussion from the task force? Dr. Mell?
I'll just respond. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll just respond briefly to some of the comments that I've heard, and really appreciate the discussion, really appreciate the effort put in by the working group. And my primary comment here, I just want to follow what Mr. Jansen was saying about local consult. I think that's been the subject of a lot of debate here today. And I don't want us to kind of bury the lead on what is the purpose of local consult, because it seems to be framed as almost an obligation to have local communities tell the agencies what to do. And I want us to get away from that. I don't think that's the purpose of local consult. I don't think that's how anybody's taking it. The purpose of local consult is to get buy-in and to partner with these communities on solutions that they can implement. We are in a private land state. I know I'm stating the obvious here, but we're in a private land state, and every single issue with water that we are discussing will not be solved without the partnership and the voluntary participation of private landowners. And in order to find the solutions where we can partner together and get those things implemented on their land, we have to have their buy-in. We have to have their input on what solutions will work here, what are we willing to work on together, what are we willing to implement. And I guess as I was listening to everybody talk, I was thinking about some of my experiences working with communities and implementing projects across the state. And one of those communities that I know a lot of you are familiar with was Rattlesnake Creek. And, you know, when I went into Rattlesnake Creek, the Nature Conservancy was not a trusted partner, and that's putting it lightly. They really did not, well, they were very suspicious, let's say, about, the oak leaf on my shirt and what my intentions were. And I think, from my perspective, it would have been easy to come in and say, we need to start cutting water use, and just start there. But instead, we had discussions, got local input, and we ended up starting with the trees, the invasive trees, which were also a problem in that region. But that was what I heard from the local community, that we want to start there. And through starting there, we were able to build trust with each other. And the next project we did after the invasive tree removal was a large $1.2 million grant for irrigation efficiency improvement. And that was really successful. It formed the basis for the ITI project that's being implemented now across the state. So I guess the point that I'm trying to make is let's not lose sight of the purpose of local consult, which is for us to work effectively to be able to implement these projects effectively on the ground, because all of the funding in the world isn't going to matter if landowners aren't going to work with us. So, thank you.
Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was thinking about this, going back to 5 years ago, my first year in the legislature. I got put on this water committee that I knew nothing about. And that's when we had the big discussion on making water an agency, its own agency. And I was supportive of that because I felt like water was not prioritized the way it should be. And I think, to go along with Earl, being at that cabinet level is really, really important. But then on the other side of that, what I loved about water was that it was all local input. Like, we didn't have to be the expert in the room on this. We just had to listen to the presentations and then try to decide, what we could support, I guess, budget-wise from there. And so I loved the local input and the fact that these were all volunteers from all different walks of life coming together and making these decisions locally. And I'm just reminded that today we were kind of presented with two extremes, right? Like this agency versus, local kind of, and we don't have to pick. We can come together and we can figure out what is going to be best for Kansas. And I'm just reminded, Kansas is a leader on water. Our data is second to none from what I can tell. And this is like the next stage of that. So we're going to be leading this nation and maybe the world in these issues. And so what we do here is really, really important, and it weighs heavy on us. And so just trying to figure out, not to choose one way or the other, but trying to figure out what parts are going to work best, because I think it's pieces of both presentations that we need. But the important thing is that, the goal of both of these plans was to elevate the importance of water. And so we have to find that right balance going forward. And that water, if we're not careful, it's going to become just a program, which is what I think it is now, rather than a governing principle. And making water that governing principle, because it affects everything. It affects business, it affects individuals, it affects agriculture, it affects everything. Water is so important. And then in our future with data centers, it's going to be an important conversation there. And so trying to figure out how to, I don't know if force is the right word, but forcing decision makers to treat water as a fundamental economic issue is the goal in which I see that. And so coming together. So I'm going to be thinking a whole lot about this. I think you want answers tomorrow on this. Is that what, I'm just trying to figure out my timeline. Okay, yeah. So that's my takeaway today. Very good discussion. So thank you. Thank you for all the hard work, work group. Thank you. Yes.
Ms. Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Cindy. The conversation this afternoon has really panned out to be very meaningful and thought-provoking. The one thing, I'll bring up one thing that I have not heard, and it's probably a little premature, but I just want to put it out there. that, we can probably come from this group with a recommendation on structure and process. But the thing, and we need to have a conversation about funding, which will be, I think, tomorrow. I'm hopeful that in that conversation with funding, that we can also have a conversation about accountability, because we have got to find a way for, projects that get implemented. And those projects that get implemented have been sold to the legislature and others. But to continue to have credibility, we've got to be able to show that we're bringing benefit. And, I had a conversation with Earl and today, and there's different ways that you can set up metrics and everything. But I think the key to that, and certainly key to the public, is going to be, an economic benefit of whatever projects get prioritized and funded. I'm just hoping that we can include some accountability expectation with what comes out of this group.
Thank you. Okay. Representative Rajes, the floor is yours.
Again, thank you for the conversation today. I've heard a lot. I've listened. I've bit my tongue. I just have 4 little pieces here, about 12 words. I just want to make sure the legislature is very much engaged in water. I have the late nights to prove it. Representative Minix and I have the early morning conversations to prove it. It's not easy. You know why? Because that word I used last year. Water's not sexy. You want to know why nobody cares? Because we sit in rooms like this and others, and we worry about those that pull on your emotions. I would be emotional if I didn't have a water to drink. But people in this building don't seem to get it. Guess what? Because that room is not full of water lobbyists. That's just the truth. You want to talk about the truth? Let's talk about the truth, and that's why. That's why the legislature doesn't take it, because they're not going to Chiefs games, they're not going to fancy restaurants, and we talk about water. So it's kind of been anybody with an interest in water has had to fight that battle on their own. This was a lot to get this passed to form this committee and to form this task force. And I'm not sure what's going to come of it. We probably had our own different ideas when we got asked or got named to be on it and what's going to happen. But again, I guess I keep hearing, just give us the money. Just give us the money, we'll take care of it. Just give us the money. And I think that's, I hope that's not the case. I think, yeah, water is unique. Water is unique than any other agency or concern in the legislature. And so to me, that proves it's very much a local issue. Yeah, they may not have a big turnout at the RAC meetings or at the different meetings. And I was at the Water Authority last week in Scott City, and there wasn't a crowd of, there's a lot of people that were curious about it. But local people do care. And again, with all due respect to all the good work you all did, it's a working document. And don't feel bad if it's completely something different that can get to the legislature and get passed. But I also didn't hear, why have proposal C? I don't like either one of them, but here's my proposal of how we're going to get there. The chairman have put pretty much the time crunch on us, so I guess we're going to figure this out in the next about 12 hours to come up with a new plan, if something that we can all agree on, or however we tear that down. I think we'll get there to where local doesn't lose its voice at all. I agree with my friend from Sedgwick County. that there's some place in the middle. And have we lost maybe some dollars because we don't work closely with our federal partners? Maybe that's on all of us. For all our legislators and their staff when they come around, that we talk about the importance of water and how we can work with our federal partners. I hope that that will be one thing that will come out as well. We talk about funding, we talk about programs, that somebody else worry about the program's implementation. But as I brought up earlier about data centers, and it was also brought up about like the Rattlesnake Creek and other places all over, the invasive trees, the invasive species. You know, that's what I was kind of thinking as we look at this whole process and looking at a water plan moving forward, that are there some places we can do, you know, some initial projects to help in areas, especially in the west where the water table is lower, to bring back that water table. We don't talk about that. We don't think about that. We think about other programs. Now, I'm not saying other agencies aren't looking at it, absolutely, and I know it takes money. But I believe that, you know, the situation with legislators, I think, you know, as I was asked, even if we keep the water, you know, the not water board, what's it called? Yeah, the water authority. I was thinking waterboarding, maybe because of, no. No. But the water authority, I mean, that legislature, those members would not be the final say. They would go through the same process. Everything comes in this room. It would go through the process of a subcommittee, then this committee, then the budget of the whole. So as far as some ultimate authority, I don't see anything coming from that. So you know, that's where I appreciate, because the wide variety of people that are on this committee to look at it. And so I guess those are my thoughts. And tomorrow is going to be interesting, I think, to get into that, because I think ultimately you're right. The funding is such, but there are a lot of different things. And should it be this committee or the legislature micromanaging? No, I don't believe that at all. But I think in it's not only this, it's in other divisions as well, for the days of just, well, giving us an allotment and let us figure it out. That's fine. And I don't believe the legislature has overstepped its bounds by micromanaging any water program. If they have, I'd sure like to know. I think some work well together, and it's simply a matter of, it is unfortunate the budgetary process over the last couple of years has forced, you know, and we've gained some things. We've also learned that, you know, to try to get a budget heard, many budgets heard, a day later passed out, and 2 days later in the full appropriations, you miss some things. And it's unfortunate that that happens. So, but for right now, that is the process. But I agree with Director Owen. I think the timeline in whatever we do with some of these things even as a framework, I agree with you. When I saw some of those, I'm going, I don't know how in the world we could get some of those things done, pass through all the processes to get to where the groups have to propose a budget back to the executive branch. I agree with you. That's where some of my concerns is how we could do that and how we look at all those. So I think we kind of have a Herculean task after tomorrow, kind of to piece all this thing together and to see how we want to do it. And I think that's the other thing that we can look at is this we can try to do all these things implement next year, or it will be a couple of year process in getting all this. And as far as an idea of the other, you know, putting this in and having a different agency, I think that's something up for discussion that we can do later. But again, thank you for that. I hope I didn't talk any longer than Representative Vaughn. He's not even listening to me.
All right. Any other task force members wish to add their 2 cents? Let me go first around with. Okay. I was going to save you for second to last.
Second to last, okay.
All right. Oh, sorry. Did you?
Could you repeat that, please, your direction? What you're requesting from us?
So, yeah, the idea will be, no, we don't have to solve everything and have a perfect model at the end of tomorrow. That'd be great if we do, but I don't think we'll get there. What I would like the task force to be able to do is, we've got our two sort of polls here on different ideas. We've got our current model in the middle. Let's think about what's the best, as you and Representative Howard had mentioned, right, there's options. We clearly need refinement on some of our processes. What I would like us to be able to do is give direction to the work group and say, we need to fix this. These are our priorities. Can you please put together a proposal based on our feedback, right? These are the things we want to see. We like this, we hate that. Don't create a DNR, create this, but we need to see this emphasized, right? You need this amount, you need more local emphasis. We need to have this piece here, but this something along those lines to give them a narrowing down and allow them to go back and sort of come back with one draft. Is at least that's how I think it'd be the most productive path forward. If you think that's too much, certainly share those comments with me, but I think that's our best shot to keep this process moving forward. And if we get the next draft and we need more tweaks, we need more tweaks, right? And that's what we'll work on. Because to me, the funding piece is important, and I think the administration would really like us to push forward the funding piece, but getting the planning piece right, and if that's what we dedicate our time on, I think that's the most important work we can do, because it's harder for the legislature as a body without the background to dive deep into that. It's easier for them if we give them less background on the funding. I think the legislature can fill in the gaps. They may fill in the gaps anyway, even if we give them lots on the funding. But for me, the important piece is getting the planning structure right, and I think that's the part that we can advocate for next session. So that would be my preference for how we move forward. Ms. Gleason?
Thanks. I'll take my bite at the apple here. A couple of things, just to reiterate a little bit of what Earl said about the influence or lack of influence that we have at the cabinet level. Some of you were in Scott City and saw my presentation on KDHE. The Division of Environment is one of 3 divisions in the agency, and it is 2% of the overall budget of the agency. Because of the $4 billion that the state's spending on Medicaid. And we are also smaller than public health, not by that much, but obviously public health is a headline grabber in a lot of instances, especially since COVID. It seems like that division gets a lot of attention. So while Secretary Stanek is doing a great job at learning about environment and representing us at the cabinet, I will say that is not, it just wouldn't make sense for her to be focused on environment. So we have not, I don't think since I have started at KDHE, had a secretary who was not either a medical doctor or from a hospital background. They've almost exclusively been folks who have experience with healthcare finance issues. And again, that makes perfect sense, but it's just a representative for you all of the level of interest and environment that we have. So the other topic I wanted to touch on briefly, if we're looking at the Water Planning Act, is that what it's called? Sorry. This isn't the normal one that I'm looking at, set of statutes. The priorities and goals, objectives in 903 have been in there a long time. But one thing that I think is missing is a little bit more of a detailed look at infrastructure. There is a line about water quality. I think when folks read that, they think a lot about streams, waterways, groundwater quality, things like that. It has been used to encompass our drinking water and wastewater infrastructure issues in the past. But I think that as a state water plan fund, we are spending a huge chunk of that money on infrastructure without having an emphasis on planning out the infrastructure in the state water plan. And in fact, the watershed projects, I think, are the watershed planning projects that we're involved in right now are looking at a lot of infrastructure also. So I think it would be good if we do rewrite those statutes at all, for that to be a consideration, and maybe that's something the work group could take back if you're sending them homework to perhaps propose some language for incorporating infrastructure. So those are my two thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Director Owen will just first, yeah.
Thank you. Just going back to a question that was asked earlier, the cost implications, Senator Fagg, of the green and the blue proposals. As for, and I don't even remember the colors, but the one with the modification of the water authority, not the DNR. As currently proposed, it would have tremendous financial implications for the water office because of the additional annual plans that these regional advisory committees would be required to create. And the water authority would have the lion's share of lifting in helping facilitate and create those plans. And then it's on the water authority to review those and bring the technical expertise. So whether that would be in-house capacity or we'd have to consult out, that is going to take so much more capacity than we currently have to do just the operational requirements of that particular structure. So of those demands of that plan to create annual 5-year plans from all the regional advisory committees, that would exceed our current capacity tremendously.
And I appreciate those comments. I think that was beyond the scope of what we explicitly asked the work group to do when they considered restructuring. In my mind, if we're going to do a lot more work, that's part of the increased funding metric. I guess we didn't say it explicitly, but it made sense to me, so that I think that has to be part of the calculus. If we're going to ask for a lot more work, we can't say do it with the same amount of money. I mean, maybe we'll have some conversations. Representative Howardin?
I forgot one point. On the 10-year versus the 1-year, which is the 5-year thing, I do not agree with the 10-year thing. I think if we're going to elevate the voice of water, it has to be an annual thing. And so I just wanted to just say that. I like the idea of a bill every year because then everybody really has to pay attention. So I thought that was kind of great. So those are just sorry. You look very.
No, I'm just thinking of to me, that part of the delay is it's like when you do the 10-year transportation plan, part of it is water projects can take a long time. And just because we get the list in 1 year, it takes time to build that out. I think maybe the way we've described the two, there's a happy medium.
The 5-year rolling versus the.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe.
We'll talk through, but I think there's because right, you'd say, okay, we're going to clean up the chloride plume. Well, that doesn't just happen and move off the list next year. There's,
of course.
I think there's a in between if we.
Just bringing that in front of the legislature every year, some way, I think is another way to elevate that. Priorities.
I agree. The bill idea is an interesting concept for the specifics of the plan. Well, everyone is, perfect. Mr. Morrison.
On that point, we've had talk about needing to add some accountability potentially. And on your point, I like the idea of reports every year, potentially interim type reports. And maybe it's not a full update of the water plan. Maybe that's every 5 years. But when you're going to the legislature every year to ask for funding, perhaps that annual update is more like an accountability report. Like, this is the status of those projects that we put into the plan, and this is where they stand and what the process forward was. It's similar to what we do at my company in terms of generation planning and things like that. So we do interim plans every year. So it seems like a good medium.
I think we're headed the same direction on that. I don't want Senator Murphy to feel left out, and I've never heard him not speak up when he felt strongly, but did you want to add any comments?
I don't think I really have anything to add of what's been said. I mean, we've got a lot to think about, and we shouldn't be rushing about it.
Thank you. We had Earl and then Director Owen.
So thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just two very quick related things. First, I want to make sure that my comments earlier, I really do appreciate all the work that's been done by the legislature, and I do believe it's a priority right now. And you've all done yeoman's work to get things across the line. Again, I don't think that's necessarily a permanent thing unless we make it permanent, which then goes back to, I think, what Representative Howerton and Jared just talked about. I do like the idea, and I think it was contained in at least one of the proposals of having maybe, the Planning Act that expires at a 5-year time frame, so that it kind of forces whatever the agency is to come back to the legislature. I think that's one of the things that has been very beneficial recently is the legislature has engaged in setting, here are our policy, what we want to see done. That's helped us as agency to go out and say, okay, now we have very clear direction. And so I think the more engagement we get on the policy side, if we do that through this process, I think that can be helpful for keeping us all on track.
Thank you. Director Owen?
Thank you. I'm not really entirely sure about the comments that I've been hearing about. We want annual reporting on what's been spent and how we're spending it. I mean, the accountability of what the money has been getting spent on for the State Water Plan Fund. And just because I want to be clear on this, the agencies report on that every single year when we speak to the legislative committees. And Karma, if you would be my Vanna White and show what I brought you, because earlier she asked the question of, surely there's been no, it's not true that there's been no implementation since she was on the Water Authority. So on the break, I went over and got her copies of 5 of the last 6 annual reports that the Water Authority puts out every single year that documents how did we spend the State Water Plan Fund last year, what did we get out of it, and some policy statements, recommendations for things that they want to see going forward. So there is a document every single year for the legislature and the governor, put out by the Water Authority, actually written by the Water Office, approved by the Water Authority, with agency input, that documents all of that. And we try to provide that accountability every year. That's not to say we can't modify it, improve, whatever, but that is happening. So thank you.
Representative Minix?
I'd be happy to make a few comments. When I looked at the charge we gave the working group, I talk loud anyway. If we have something we can count on, and that's why I've tried really hard to get some established funding that's renewable, that we know is going to be there, because we have kind of a fluid environment in the background. This will make 4 years that I'm water chair. I don't think water chair normally lasts that long. There's no guarantee who's going to be here next year, or if we have one, or what's going to happen. I want this committee, with the good ideas you have, let's come to some type of consensus on something that we can count on for the next 5, 10, 20 years. Something that we can be flexible enough that water quality, PFOS, we've got some issues that are coming in the near future that we're going to spend a lot more time on. We spent a lot of time on water quantity. Quality is going to be a bigger and bigger issue in the near future. I appreciate everybody's comments around the table. Have some good discussions in your smaller groups tonight. We won't upset open meetings law, but it's nice to be able to throw some ideas out there and bounce them off, because collectively we're a whole lot smarter than just a few of us. I appreciate the work that the working group did to kind of get us to this point. Now let's take it a little bit farther and make something that we can actually deal with in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Well, just a few closing thoughts here. One of the things, just listening to everybody, that I think is clear as we piece this together, local input is important. We all see the need for that. We have different ideas of what that looks like. But the thing I underline next to local input is important. We need our local input to be meaningful, and we have to figure out a way to accomplish that. I think the current system has pros and cons, but I'm sort of in the camp that I'm not sure as it exists right now with no changes, it's really fit for today. I think it was built over time, circumstances have changes. There isn't always, and we have to be careful with that local state pendulum because there isn't always local consensus. There are a lot of times local consensus breaks down and we get a worst case scenario because everything was up to locals. And you have to find a way to include that, but there has to be a balance there. And I think that's part of this new system. We also have some disconnects of information from the RACs to the Water Authority to the Legislature to the Governor's Office, and some of the instability in those systems reflects that. So we need something better. I think the biggest risk we would take is we can't just put our heads in the sand and say everything works well enough, we make some very minor tweaks, everything's fine. I think we have an opportunity in politics and climate and all of that, and we have to take advantage of it because this is our opportunity to just set a framework for decades. Look how long the current framework has been in place. We could be putting a plan in place that my grandchildren are the ones that have to update it next time it comes up. So we need to be mindful about the opportunity we're in and put something forward. And the other big piece of this is we need clearer priorities, and those are the pieces, right? You need meaningful local input. We need clear priorities, and we have to build a system to really match those things. So, like I said, tomorrow the idea is to take a look at the best of these ideas, new ideas. We'll have open discussion, we'll work through and get as much consensus as we can. I'll visit with the co-chair tonight. Probably what we'll end up doing at the end of the meeting is we'll have some more discussion about best ideas, and then we'll need to put forward motions on some of the specifics to vote on from the task force. That's my least favorite thing to do in interim committees, but I think just to give clear direction, we'll need to probably have something like a bulleted list of priorities. I'll work on some of those. There'll be some simple things, right? Like, should we pursue the idea of a consolidated agencies, or should we look at restructuring the current model, right? That gives us a baseline to work down from, and then we can add and tweak and work through things like that. So I guess if you're going to start with one big thought tonight over dinner, talk about the top and then work your way down. So I see there are a couple questions, so I'll start with Representative Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for the conversation today, and to all the agencies and the working group members who participated. I know a lot of work went into preparing for this and to helping us have this discussion, and I think it was really valuable. So thank you to everyone who's been part of this, and to the chairs for facilitating this conversation. So I wanted to start with a thank you, and then just as a technical point of clarification, I did want to ask possibly research just to clarify for this task force what the COMA requirements are, because I think in previous discussions about potential after meeting conversations, it was based on total membership, and I believe for the task force it's based on voting membership. So just so that we can get clarification and make sure we're in compliance, could we take a look at that really quick?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When it comes to the Open Meetings Act, you need to have an open meeting when a majority of a public body gathers together to discuss the business of the body. Under COMA, ex officio members are not included when establishing whether a majority of the body is there. It's the voting members. And also keep in mind serial communications. If different groups start talking about business of the body, and then they share what they talked about with another group over here, that counts as a majority once you reach that threshold.
To follow up on that with my math, we have 13 voting members. The majority would be 7, so a quorum would be 4. So to be in compliance, groups would have to be 3 or less. Is that correct? Of voting members.
That is correct.
Okay. So we may just take that into account for later. Thank you.
Did you have something, Director Owen?
No, I think Lindsay covered it, but I was just going to say, with all due respect, Kyle, the triggering number is a majority of a quorum. It's not a majority of the voting members. So that's what Representative Vaughn was just getting at. So a majority of the voting members is 7, and that's a quorum. But a majority of a quorum for this body is 4.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Any further questions for today? All right. We will reconvene at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning in this same room. We are adjourned for the day.